Thank you very much, everybody, for listening. And we look forward to a very engaging conference. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, so we are allowed to take like 2 questions. Questions. Can we see your hand? 1, 2. Anyone in the room?
I'm struggling to hear you. I can't hear you.
Well, sorry, sir. So we want to get people with questions. Put your question to you.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? That's what we need.
If you can hear me, I can't hear you at all. I can't hear a word of what you're saying.
My name is Leo. I work with Leo Financial Services. I sort of missed out the six items you highlighted. 3 parts of CDN, payment, system, and solution. But I'd like to follow the top items. Is it still with us? Thank you. Are you still with us? So while we get that fixed, I think we can move to the next speaker. So we have to deliver the second keynote address, Mr. Andrew Uboy, Country Manager, Visa Nigeria, contactless as a future of payments in Africa will be the focus. Can we make welcome Mr. Andrew Uboy? Right, yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Andrew Uboy. I represent Visa Nigeria, this distinguished gathering. As many of the
last year during COVID. We've also seen a 40% year-on-year growth of contactless payment. And all of this payment is also enabling small businesses. It's enabling the growth of individual businesses and as well as the companies. So what we believe that is the next frontier for us in Nigeria is to be able to tap into this opportunity that is coming. Nigeria is ripe. We are working with our partner, we are working with the government, we are working with the central bank to build a framework for which contactless is going to come into Nigeria and is going to thrive. Now, a lot of people are going to ask, well, how secure is the contactless form of payment? I can assure you that it's very secure. It's as secure as using your regular cards to pay on the POS machine. It even comes with some additional security features which enables you to be able to ensure that transactions are not done in a fraudulent manner. I would also, as much as contactless is growing, what is also bringing more people, particularly merchants, into the financial payments ecosystem. Because we are seeing new form factors of contactless payment beyond just using tapping your card on a device to pay. We're seeing you being able to tap your phone to pay. We're seeing people being able to tap their wristwatches to pay. What it also does for the merchants is that their mobile phone, their smartphone can be a form of acceptance of payment. Typically, an average POS goes for about $100, $200. What that does with contactless is that with a smartphone as cheap as $13, $15, you will be able to accept payment. So we're looking at sales T, right, which is small Infinix phone. When it's enabled, we will be able to accept and receive payment. So we see the contactless payment as the next frontier. And indeed, just like the example I gave with e-commerce and how it has expanded the payments ecosystem, bringing in new players, creating jobs, and expanding the players within the financial ecosystem, we expect we expect that contactless payment is going to do exactly the same thing. Now, with challenges comes opportunity, and I think it was time I was speaking earlier at the beginning of when we were about to start that there's a lot of debate to say, do we have enough or do we have too many fintech players? In my personal view, I think that this space is wide enough. Everybody is solving for one of the main pain points. And by everybody working together and all these fintechs working together, we begin to see the exponential growth that Nigeria is supposed to be commanding within West Africa and within Africa at large. Now, if we can break it down further into what are the key considerations that we should be looking at as it regards to fraud and ensuring that payments are secure. Some of us that are familiar with the payments ecosystem will be familiar also with what we call EMV3D Secure. What EMV3D Secure does, what in professional terms is called 3DS. Essentially, it's authenticating a customer's or consumer's payment online. Now, we see maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, we were able to do transactions online and anybody could be getting this card and carry out the transaction. But with EMV3D Secure, that transaction needs to be authenticated. Now, the basic form of authentication is OTP, like we all know, putting your details, you get a PIN to verify that you are the one carrying out that transaction. But EMV3D Secure has evolved and is evolving and is going to evolve a lot further than what we have today. Now we're seeing transactions being completed by virtue of behavioral analytics. We're carrying out a transaction on your favorite website just by the fact that using the same phone or the same IP address that you use, each transaction goes very seamlessly. There are also other biometric forms of authenticating you to ensure that transactions go very, very seamlessly. And all of this is backed by data. For example, Transcend carried out a study last year identifying that 92% of people that try to carry out online transactions are likely to drop off if they are not remembering their password or they are asked to reset their password. 52% of those people will drop off if they do not remember what the PIN or whatever they are supposed to authenticate themselves will require. So all of this stuff is an information enhancing the development and the innovations that is coming into the payment landscape. Now, one of the when all of these things do together, when they create a more seamless, faster payment, cost-effective forms of payment for both the consumer and the merchant, which essentially ensures that both the ecosystem and the economy at large thrives. Now, we believe that taking into consideration fraud and its impact is going to be a strong determinant in how secure and how comfortable people are in embracing new digital form of payment. And like I mentioned earlier, the pandemic opened us to new opportunities that we will never have. So
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you have one question? Just one question? Anybody? Okay, good. This time we have a lady.
Good morning. My name is Vicky Akimolado. I represent I won't call it financial services. I'm an auditor and tax consultant for short. And in all of this, I'm just wondering, what are the implications for the auditors? We are supposed to provide assurances of your records, and I'm wondering if we will be able to have a collaboration of knowledge, because you can't criticize or examine what you don't understand yourself. And so we need to see how we can work on that. I'm already thinking about it and talking with the institute. There has to be something about it. Number one. Number two, I don't know if you can explain it actually. When we're talking about data analytics, I'm using lifestyle to determine when to approve and not to approve a transaction. And I'm seeing kind of challenge there already, because if you based my transaction on what you know about me 2-3 days or even a month ago, and things really have changed, there's a possibility that you stop a genuine transaction, which I experienced recently actually. My daughter is here in Nigeria, but she's always lived in Canada, and she needed to have a transaction, which she did, paid, it wasn't approved for God knows how long. We had to find a way to pay from here, so that's also causing a distortion there. So there has to have a balance, because despite all this challenge, despite all these measures that have been put in place, frauds are taking place on a minute or maybe the second basis, and the consumers bear the brunt of it. We are also unable to track. Well, maybe we're not ready to provide it, because if fraud is committed, it's going to an account, and I should be able to trace that account, and the owners of the account are definitely not faceless. So we want to see more actions in that regard to ensure that the consumers are protected. Thank you very much.
Over to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so we still have about three speakers to go before we get to the panel, but we'll have a tea break before the panel. The next speaker we are inviting is Mrs. Adedoyin Odunfa, the MD CEO, Digital Jewels Limited, the future of payment. She will be speaking on the future of payment, navigating the risk terrain. Navigating the risk terrain is a better presentation. Can we please have Mrs. Adedoyin Odunfa with a round of applause? Thank you.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's my absolute delight to be here this morning at this Business Day conference. And I'd like to start by commending Business Day for bringing us all together to discuss this very topical issue. You know, I was reflecting when I realized I was being required to come here and speak today on the fact that I haven't had to do an in-person stand-up presentation like this for over 2 years. I've been sitting in front of my laptop and giving all sorts of wonderful presentations across the globe in the comfort of my home or my office. I mean, I have periodically had to sit before a small group, like maybe a client's board of directors or a smaller group and make a presentation, but I haven't seen so many people gathered in a while. So it's great. It's great to be here. All right, I've sort of titled my presentation Securing the Future in line with the theme of this conference, and I'll be taking a slightly different perspective. We're going to be looking at how we can navigate the payments risk terrain. I mean, I think that the presentations that we've gone through, the earlier presentations and talks have helped to set an excellent backdrop for my presentation today. Because basically I want to talk to you not so much about all the wonderful fancy things that the payments ecosystem has. Sound a word of caution to make sure that we're able to exploit, benefit from the myriad of benefits that are provided by payment systems without getting exploited. I can already see from the questions that have been asked that it's an area of concern. You know, what can go wrong? Are we safe? Are we secure? Those kind of concerns I will be addressing. So once again, can we just move the slides forward, please? My name is Adedoyin Odunfa, founder and CEO of Digital Jewels. And Digital Jewels is an IT governance, risk and compliance consulting and capacity building firm. We do business across 9 African countries and still counting. And basically we focus on helping organizations be able to maximize the benefits that come from the adoption of technology by managing the risks effectively. Okay, so we focus on IT governance, risk and compliance. And therefore we ourselves have taken a taste of our own pudding in many different respects. The outline of my presentation today is basically a very specific, short presentation because we have limited time. I will set the context. I will speak about what risks that we're really trying to avert or maybe manage. And then we will discuss how to navigate the risk terrain and give a few tips so that we can secure the future. So in setting the context then, we all know that the pandemic has served as a catalyst. It's been described as a seismic acceleration from cash to digital payments with increasing momentum to a fever pitch level and not about to stop. Right? Organizations, therefore, providing payment systems, interfacing with payment systems, relating to payment systems in any way, and I think that is all of us. We need to ensure that they have effective governance, robust risk management practices, and strong compliant processes in place. It is non-negotiable. If you don't, you're going to go into it, you're going to get burned. It's more about data, which if it is compromised, can affect the continuity of our organizations. Okay, and if that is the case, then we need to take steps to protect this data. And what kind of data are we talking about? Customer data, revenue information, personally identifiable information, PII, credit card information, passport information. You know, I was told a while back, and I need to check if this is concerns about e-fraud, cyber fraud, so on and so forth. Right, so there are a few enablers for secure payment systems. They include payment integration, clean data, standards, which we'll speak to briefly, the entrance of global players, which can be a double-edged sword because they force everyone to sit up, but in some cases they can preclude the local players, and then connectivity issues with payments. So in rounding up, I'm just going to leave you with 5 key tips for navigating risk terrain strategically. Just 5. The first one is to take a strategic approach. And I say that because I want us to avoid reinventing the wheel. The second one, and no, can you just go back? Let me go through them one by one. Take a strategic approach. There was a question about awareness, and it's such a critical, important question. We must build capacity and capability. Without it, all the sophisticated stuff we do is completely wasted. We must monitor and measure. Cyber insurance is something worth considering, and then cooperate and collaborate. So if I can just go through them very briefly. The first one, taking a strategic approach. What am I saying here? I'm urging us to take a strategic approach to governance, risk, and compliance. We did say earlier that that is required if you want to thrive in the payments ecosystem. What does that mean? I mean, one way of looking at it, or one way of achieving that, is to implement global best practice standards. All right, and I see this as a vehicle through which you can achieve both governance, because those standards speak to requirements like management involvement. They speak to requirements about hiring, about skills, about processes and procedures. Risk management, they basically contain in them controls to manage downside risk. And then of course, compliance, because clearly some of our regulators have caught on to the fact that these standards
Thank you. One more round of applause, please, everybody, please. Thank you. So, one question. Thank you. Go first. Make it short, please.
Once again, I'm Sedola Saint, Empower Africa Project. Thank you, man. Now, knowing that data yours is not direct, it's not a B2C, not direct to consumers. Now, can there be a platform, because I saw the training, whatever, can there be a platform for MSME from data drawers relating with those who are in contact with consumers, whereby there can be this information, this training, the regular ones, and that there can be continuous and can be always move from level to level. Like for us in the Empower Africa Project, we do series of that, and every time we try to reach out to banks, and because it's not a direct marketing program, sometimes don't have interest. But I think we need this platform. Is there any way data drawers can come up with that, and we will be ready before we do, and be ready to represent the MSMEs and get that done? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that your suggestion is indeed well timed. We are embarked on such an initiative, so watch this space. We'll let you know. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. That was very short and precise. Thank you so much. Okay, we intend to go for a tea break at 12:15. So we have three more. One from the crypto space. We have from the regulator. If you like, the Senate. I don't know if are they regulating us? Law, so from the lawmakers, and then the other one is from the academia. So we just have that three, and very fast is Emmanuel Babalola, who is the Chief Executive Director and former Director of Binance. He's the Chief Executive Director of Bundle and former Director at Binance. So let's make welcome Emmanuel.
Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. When he said one from the crypto space, I was like, okay. But I think this is very timely, and talking about where payments and fraud is going, you can't have that conversation without talking about blockchain and digital currencies. Today, one of the biggest fears that we see like across the world is, when you talk about, most of the fraudsters are, asking for ransomware in cryptocurrencies, and, people talk about whether cryptocurrencies are, for bad actors, so there's still that misconception out there. And hopefully as we engage in more panels today, we'll get to clear some of that up. But right now, speak on an aspect of what we think that payment will look like in the future. We've heard about contactless payments. We've heard about all the amazing stuff that is happening. One of that aspect is also social payments. And I think one of the earlier speakers mentioned that. Today, we do a lot of things online. We do business online. COVID has taken us to that future. And part of what would happen is more payments would now move to the web. What do I mean? I mean that currently, most of the payments that happen, you need third parties to facilitate those transactions. And then there's third party risk, etc. Well, they are important because actually on the internet itself, you cannot do a transaction. Why? Because the internet does not have an accounting layer. So it means that today I can send a message to you on WhatsApp or via an email and you get the email, right? But I can't send you money via an email or via WhatsApp. Why? Because if that were possible, obviously the risks are like crazy. So one of the things that the blockchain has helped to do is to provide that accounting layer. And let me give context. If I took a picture of you and I sent you a copy of that picture, I will still retain a copy. So there is a double spend problem of the internet, of the web. And that means it doesn't make sense to send $100 to someone and still have a copy of the $100. So that's why you need NIPS, you need Swift, and all these, channels to help manage the settlements across. So we've moved from Web 1 to Web 2 to Web 3. And in Web 3, we have something called the blockchain. And what the blockchain does essentially is it helps, balance the books. Today, the blockchain is the most secure way to do a transaction on the web. What that means is if I send you a transaction via blockchain, whether any coin or any central bank digital currency, what that means is that for that transaction to go through, there is an authorization via a private key that only that address knows, sending that money to you across the chain, which is broadcasted to every other person in the network. What that means is that it is impossible to lie that you sent what you sent. Okay, so and in that same vein, one of the things that the blockchain has also helped us achieve is a way for us to track transactions. Contrary to popular belief, it is very, very blockchain. Some of that in the issue. For now, let's talk about social payments. We've heard about how, money has evolved, and today we are now talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. So the web has evolved. Go up a bit, please. So the web as well has evolved. Web 1 is the first stage of the web, email. Web 2 is social media. The first stage of the web helped us connect the world. It made the world a global village, right? And in Web 2, people began to communicate in that village. Now, if something is happening in Taiwan, you can find out from your home. Social media was profound to where we are today in tech. And then the next stage there is now people can now do commerce in that global village. So basically, blockchain is going to power the economy of the global village. And where social payments comes in, from what we'll see shortly, is you see social media sites, most of the popular ones that you know, adopting one form of and currently, as our previous speaker said, it's still basically an experiment, early stages, because this is where the future is actually going to. So we see guys like Facebook talking about the metaverse. About I think earlier 2 years ago, they tried to do something called Libra. For those of you that follow that conversation. So Facebook has been trying to break into payments, but because of how risky that is, it is so crucial that safeguards are put in place. That's why I think that entire project was drawn back, because it was literally too early for its time. Today, we have what we call NFTs. NFTs are digital items that you buy on the internet. Basically, what it means is today I can create a digital version, on the blockchain of an existing image. Now, that image that you have the JPEG of, if you send it to someone, you still have a copy. But if you send the NFT version of that image, you no longer have a copy. Now, that has applications in ebooks in terms of people that have that. There's one of the biggest piracies when you have an ebook, right? You don't know how many copies that will just end up having, because a lot of people will share it with one another. Now, NFT books cannot be duplicated. NFT tickets cannot be duplicated. Today, people are engaging their fan base via things like, fan tokens and NFTs. Basically, a new dynamic to how people communicate and interact when it comes to social sharing and social payment. Instagram is integrating NFTs. Let's go on. Twitter, I think, made the huge step into payments by integrating a bunch of fintech players, on their app for creators to earn from their content. So basically, if I turn on payments on my Twitter, you can give me a tip. Maybe you like what I say or you like who I am. You can tip me on Twitter via cheaper cash and a lot of payments methods there. And today they also have Bitcoin as one of the ways you can actually send a tip. Now, the reason why Bitcoin is so important is because it provides a global currency for the internet. So it's called the internet of money, or the money of the internet, because this is basically money without a country. The difference between every other currency in the world And cryptocurrency is that a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, for instance, does not have a country. It does not belong to one nation. So what that means is, if I wanted to receive, let's say, money from, my family in Canada, I have, for instance, to maybe Western Union or any third party to get that fund. And obviously the fees are charged, and this is how the economy has worked so far. However, in the future, we cannot probably wait for that amount of time to get that amount and the amount of cost it takes for remittance to go through. So what we've seen today happen is we've seen a lot of people in diaspora choose to use cryptocurrencies to send money to their families. So in the US, for instance, you can actually walk to an ATM and actually buy Bitcoin and send that Bitcoin home. And someone here can use a peer-to-peer merchant or whatever to convert that money to cash. And basically someone sending $100 from here comes in at $100 basically. So that is how profound that cryptocurrencies are. And today, when it comes to social, integrating Bitcoin, for instance, to a Twitter makes it possible to tip anyone. So now on Twitter, you can't send money to each other, right? Because that would be the next step. So for now, that is what Twitter is doing. Reddit, on the other hand, is talking about NFTs. Let's go down. YouTube is also looking at integrating NFTs to their platform. Basically, the first step for payment when it comes to social is about content creators. How do content creators earn money for their work? How do they make a living? How do they engage their fans? So that is an aspect of payment that is really, really going to become more and more popular in the future. And at Bundle, one of the things we are also doing is bringing things that the Web3 enables us to do. Let's go down. Which is SocialFi. So SocialFi is the new word in the world of crypto. There are things like concepts like play to earn, GameFi, meaning that people can earn an income from interacting with a game. So imagine you're playing your Pro Evolution Soccer and you're making all the points to earn on that game are literally money that you can withdraw to your bank account. So that is what GameFi is about. Then when you talk about SocialFi, it's about a decentralized social network that basically gives power back to the people using the platforms. A lot of people have different ideas about how Facebook and the others make their money, but I'm not going to go into that. However, the way they make their money is from a bunch of stuff. And all that value that they capture in a SocialFi platform, a purely SocialFi platform, is given back to the users. So basically, users earn money for engaging in an app. Platforms like Steemit back in the days tried that experiment, and they were largely successful up until a point. And today, the key thing that SocialFi is trying to drive is decentralized ownership, data security, and helping you own your own information on the web, where you can see a Twitter, for instance, who just recently got acquired by Elon Musk, is trying to become more secure for people to interact by driving these elements of blockchain within the platform. Let's go on. So what are we doing in our own time? One of the things we've seen, for those of you that know about Binance and Bundle and the work we've been doing on the continent, one of the key things we've seen is how peer-to-peer is changing, is driving crypto adoption in Africa. And we created a community, a payments community called CashLink. So CashLink is a peer-to-peer decentralized payment network. Basically, what that does is it's a social way of making payments and depositing on platforms. So a lot of platforms had to innovate after the CBN ban that happened on banks from like interacting and directly integrating crypto platforms. So a lot of the industry players, some had to leave, some had to just move fully to peer-to-peer. And that's where CashLink comes in. So CashLink is basically a way for people to on-ramp and off-ramp into crypto. And it's processed millions of transactions within the first 5-6 months. And then we're looking at social earning. Social earning is what I mentioned about earlier, where people can actually earn, coins from interacting on social media. Basically, by making a comment, so getting it. Imagine all the likes you get on Facebook were actually money. Maybe even if it is $0.1, So basically, those engagements basically generates funds, and the whole mechanics of how it works is probably something we can discuss afterwards. But the general idea is what blockchain offers is an economy for value. It's truly the biggest wealth distribution in the history of man. And some of these things that we are trying today are things that, for the past, since 2009, when Bitcoin was created, we've seen happen over and over again. Different innovations have from DeFi, decentralized finance, to SocialFi, to GameFi, and all the FIs that you keep hearing. What that is driving us to is to a more inclusive and more social future. So that is, I think, this first part of my talk, and definitely looking forward to more engagement on the panel. I don't know if there are any questions that we can just take quickly before we move on. No, there are questions for cryptocurrency.
A round of applause. Thank you. Okay. So, question? A question.
My name is Kaudi Adedola. I represent O3 Capital. I want to know what your company is doing to really convince the bank to give the support that you need. Don't forget, recently, a teacher was sent out of Nigeria. So I really want to know what are the, underground workings you are doing to make sure central bank buy into that cryptocurrency. But you say cryptocurrency is the future of currency.
Yeah, thank you. If it's underground, we'll see. However, we are aware that a lot of government agencies, not just one. Do you know that Nigeria has a draft for a national blockchain strategy by the Ministry of Digital Economy? So there are actually a lot of conversations around how crypto will be in Nigeria. Today, across the world, a lot of different countries and powerhouses across the world are finding ways to regulate crypto. At Binance, we've gotten licenses in at least 5 regions within the past few months. And one of the key things we are driving at today is to see how even in Africa, we can have some of those conversations happen. And I think just one country in Africa has said, oh, Bitcoin is, the payment system. And that was Central Africa Republic, which happened I think within the past 2 weeks. So for Nigeria, we believe that crypto has an opportunity to work in Nigeria. I personally believe that blockchain has the most profound use cases in Africa, and this is something that we all know about. So we are definitely constantly engaging, as you can see, as you hear in the later parts of this conversation, we are constantly engaging, the regulators, both the SEC, the CBN, everybody, to see how we can actually, chart a way forward. So things are progressing. I think that's what's, I can say for now, but things are progressing for sure. Can we take another question?
Good news is that he's around for the first panel, so you can keep all that question and keep them coming when that panel happens, and that will be after the tea. But let's go to our lawmakers, representing Senator Osheni Yakubu, Chairman Committee on ICT and Cyber Crime, Patrick Essien, Technical Lead on Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime. Can we make a very warm welcome, Patrick? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Your faces all look like you've been expecting the senator. And I know you all have questions. And one of the hardest things to do in meetings like this is to be able to convey the trust that the Senate has and that the Senate is solidly behind the IT community. I know it's very difficult. You won't believe that based on so many things. And I know you all have questions, daggers, your knives, and all of that. Please put it all down in paper, give it to the organizers, put your email addresses, because I will not be able to address all of them, but I will do my best and we'll make sure that we reach out to everyone by email and answer all of your questions. Thank you very much to the organizers. It was a short notice having us here, but the chairman gave me a speech, supposed to be like a goodwill message, and I'll just read it and then I'll step down. I will not be entertaining questions at the moment. But maybe I could try with one, communicate with one another. And in recent times, with the emergence of the COVID-19, workplace transformation and many other dependencies on our digital superhighway have become not just an inevitability, but now a fundamental part of our workplace values and culture. The rapid and vastly positive changes that have followed the rise of online transactions, like making purchases, have led to new challenges. Few have been as costly and nerve-wracking for businesses and families as online fraud and identity theft. These crimes cost companies and individuals billions in naira each year, and they often leave in their wake a mess of ruined credit and damaged finances that can take years to repair. But there are also other costs to our economy that are even more difficult to measure. This potential for fraud and the weakness of privacy protections often leave individuals, businesses, and governments reluctant to conduct major transactions online. As a government institution saddled with the responsibility of ensuring a safe, secure, resilient, and privacy-enhancing cyber ecosystem through the right legislation and policies, we are more worried about the future of tech, its payment, the inherent risks that it comes along, and also that cyber security isn't just about the sanctity and sanctuary of our data, devices, servers, and other critical IT infrastructure, but also about the protection of our identity and society. Hence, the core of protecting all critical components linked to cyber is not just one responsibility that solely rests on the federal government of Nigeria, rather a collaborative approach with the private sector to leading in the design of tools that will make our identities more secure in cyberspace. As the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime, we are addressing many of the technical and policy shortcomings that have led to insecurity in cyberspace. Among these shortcomings is the identification and authentication of people and devices. In the current online environment, individuals are asked to maintain dozens of different usernames, passwords, one for each website with which they interact. The complexity of this approach is a burden to individuals, and it encourages inappropriate behavior online, like the reuse of passwords that makes online fraud and identity theft easier to perpetrate. Moreover, both businesses and governments are unable to offer many services online because they cannot effectively identify the individuals with whom they interact with. Spoofed websites, stolen passwords, compromised accounts are all symptoms of an inadequate authentication mechanism that will likely increase fraud. Finally, we cannot know what companies have not been launched, or what products and services have not been developed, or what innovations are held back by the inadequacy of requisite tools critical to the security of our cyberspace. But what we do know is this: by making online transactions more trustworthy and enhancing consumers' privacy, we will prevent costly crimes linked to cyber and anonymity. We will give businesses and consumers new confidence. We will foster growth and innovation online and across our economy. In some ways we can predict, and in other ways we can scarcely imagine. This is the goal from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So because it's not on my panel, I'm going to allow 2 questions. I mean, 2, just 2. Okay, you're not taking questions. Oh!
Don't worry, I can take.
Sorry, I put him on the spot, so he has to take a question. So, anybody with a question? He's here. They're the ones that make the law. Ask your question now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I remember your face.
Yes.
He's a senator, but the chairman addressed him as a senator without a constituency.
Thank you very much. My name remains Senator Ihenyen, first name Senator. I'm the president of the Stakeholders in Blockchain Technology Association of Nigeria. Recently, following the restriction of cryptocurrencies in Nigerian banking and financial system by CBN last year, there was an appearance of the CBN governor. There was an appearance of the CBN governor before the ICT and Cybercrime Committee, as well as Banking Committee, all of those related committees. And we did listen back then to the presentation of the CBN governor, where the CBN governor identified the risk associated with cryptocurrencies, particularly being used for perpetrating crimes such as terrorism financing, money laundering, and all of that. The question is, what has the engagement been after then, especially looking at the need for players in that sector to also be represented in such discussions? We did hear about what the governor said, but we haven't heard about what the players have said. Is there any plan to also have a meeting with these stakeholders so that engagements can be more open, more transparent, and inclusive?
Thank you. That'll be all. Okay. Last question. That's the last question. It has to be.
Thank you. My name is Theophilus. I work with a compliance firm, Red Compass. My question is going to follow from what Senator has asked about the kind of relationship that the committee is having with the CBN in terms of engagements on fraud and payments. So I reviewed the draft framework for cybersecurity framework for financial institutions, and I discovered that there's a bit of a discrepancy when you look at that and both your banks and other financial institutions act. It looks like there's sort of a difference when you look at the stance of the CBN and that of this Senate when it comes to classifications of payment service providers. So the CBN has a separate framework for PSPs, separate framework for OFIs, but the OFI itself comes out to say that OFI is going to be PSPs, is going to include PSPs. It looks like that's a new introduction by the Senate in the recent act. So what is happening in terms of that synergy? How are you trying to engage the CBN, or mutual engagement in regards to clarifying some of these uncertainties, because it goes a long way into solving compliance and even fraud problems with in the ecosystem. Thank you.
So you've got 2 questions.
Okay. I'll answer both questions since the core of both questions center around engagements. So I'll start with Senator Iden. I hope I got that. Some time back, we had a meeting, and the senators were very optimistic from that particular meeting some months back about the future of payment cryptocurrency. I will not be answering my own understanding of your question. I'll be continuing from where they stopped the meeting for the people. During some of the meetings, one of the things that they admitted was that as a Senate, they admitted that they do not know everything. Contrary to the everybody feels that the senator should know everything, because You are a senator. You should know everything. We pay you, be good, know everything. But they do not know anything. Don't forget, there is an intersection, or there is a line that separates legislation, policy, and IT. And there's always been that problem. Abuja and IT people have never, ever, they don't cross paths. There's always that problem. So whenever a new innovation come up in tech, you see Abuja will kick. CBN will kick. This will kick. It's just natural. We voted a lot of old people into office. That's one. Now, secondly, they admit now they agreed. The community, the cryptocurrency community would come and provide them a framework, right? Or to provide them a framework on how these things should drive, because they were concerned about certain factors. Made mention about the fears about cryptocurrency. He stated it clearly. Terrorism. And you know, when you mention terrorism, everybody will say, I'm not there, I'm not there. The Senate, they admitted that that was where they missed it, but they had not been able to meet with the community, the cryptocurrency community, to state, tell us how we should go about this thing with respect to the relevant laws that we should do. Now, in case you do not know, the Cybercrime Act 2015 is currently being reviewed. And part of the reasons why it's being reviewed is because we understand that tech is changing. And the expansion of tech and the time it will take legislators to sit down and say, how do we bring out the right legislation that will support this growing tech? It's far apart. So they have said, let them come with a document, tell us how it should be done. But we need to know, has cryptocurrency worked within any space? How has it worked? So if at any time within an enterprise, cryptocurrency has worked out well. Somebody said, someone I'd engage Patricia, I'd engage many of you. And the thing we want to know is how we can make this thing work. But in many cases, we don't get this feedback. And I wonder why. And I'm sorry, Senator, but I will say this here. Your team have not also gotten back to us. You know, we only received the minutes. We didn't receive the document that states how we should move with this. And the senators are worried. Why haven't they gotten back to us? I have called severally. Nobody has gotten back to me. So you all can see that it's not the senators nor the national. No, Senator, tell us, is this right? Now, so we have done our part. We have reached out. I have called severally. We need this document because by the time the Cybercrimes Act reviewed is completed, we would have skipped this part. And then it will no longer be in our hands. You have to go back to CBN, NFIU to be dragging these things. And I'm not going to stand or say I want to speak on behalf of the CBN. It's not part of my duties. I can't speak on behalf of them. But within the committee, there is a strong drive to making sure that inclusion in all forms of innovation that surrounds tech, cybersecurity, whatever, digital literacy, it is properly included and there is a law, not just a law that will address the issues that you have now, but the issues that what we would see from tech. That is why we are doing all of these engagements. And to the next question, I may not have direct answers to your question because this was a meeting between the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime, respective committees from the financial sector, the agencies, CBN and co. So I may not be able to give you clearly where anything could have gone wrong, but because it's engagement, I can tell you that the committee had done exactly everything that it knows to do. I can say that in authority. We have done everything that we know to do, but I need you to also understand a few things. When a joint committee set up, I will give a strong example. When the issue of 5G came up and a lot of people said it was linked to COVID, a committee was set up. A joint committee was set up between the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime, the Senate Committee on Communications, and the Senate Committee on Public Health. But the Senate Committee on ICT cybercrime did not head that committee, did not head that joint committee. Rather, it was the Committee on Communications. So you see, we will do our part to engage with the stakeholders and then get feedback from them. I reach out to many of them. I reach out to many of you from the industry. I say, give us your feedback on this. I will submit it. And then when we submit it, we'll submit it to the joint committee, but we are not the head of such joint committees. The two committees that headed that particular joint sessions were the Committee on Communications and that of Public Health, because said it was linked to what? COVID. So public health. So if public health wake up tomorrow and say it is linked to COVID, have we done our part or we've not done our part? We have done our part, but you see, it is not us. I am sorry, at some point here, I'll be speaking as a person here, because I also fault the system. I also fault the system in many cases, and I tell them, no, we should be able to provide the larger inputs. So we reach out to many of those. The one of 18 that was reviewed again in 2020, so that we can have a data privacy protection law, not an NDPR. The regulation was a stopgap. Simply on NIDA to just come in. But why it didn't become a law, I don't know. I hope I'll be able to answer your questions. Senator, I hope you send us our documents. We'll be waiting for it.
So, Senator, you heard them. Do the needful. All right. On that, the last keynote address that we have today is from somebody from the academy, and I think it's actually fitting to do that. Professor Karim Adebayo Olatoye of the Faculty of Law, Lagos State University, will be speaking on the role of law in mitigating fraud in the digital payment system. So after that keynote address, we'll be having a tea break, and then we'll be coming back for the panel sessions. Let's make welcome Professor Karim Adebayo Olatoye.
Thank you very much. Is it afternoon now or morning? Still morning. Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. I'm glad the senator was here. The job of the people in the academia is to do a critique of the law. And so they do a lot of work, but we go back to the classroom, do a critique they have done, and tell them where they have missed it. And I'm glad they said it's going to be involving stakeholders. I hope they consider the people in the academia as stakeholders. But if you're inviting the people from the academia, particularly if I'm involved, you have to furnish a lot of consideration. We don't move without getting paid by the Senate. After all, you also get salary. So on a second note, because of the audience, we know they are captains of industries here. So part of the things we do in the academia also is to bring the attention of the people, captains of industry, to law, so that they know the role that law plays in all that they do. The law is expected to play a role of balancing interest in society. And Roscoe Pound of the School of Jurisprudence stated it, that a good law is that which is capable of balancing the interests because it's supposed to be a tool of social engineering. So in the payment sector, there are lots of interest there. So talking about any law now, the basis on which we criticize certain pieces of law is because it's not capable of balancing interests as is expected, by jurisprudence. So today, what I'm simply trying to do is to state the role of law in mitigating fraud in the digital payment system. No matter the innovations that you may be embarking upon to mitigate fraud or risk involved in payment system, law plays an important role. And I believe that people in the industry, whatever effort you are making to combat the problems concerning payment system, you should always think about coming back to the law. The number of things you get from here, but so much more also that you can only get if you consult me in chambers. Now, those who have spoken, particularly have helped my presentation in the sense that they have said a lot of things, a number of things, which actually my paper would also have spoken to. So I'll pick some of the things they might not have touched. The future of payment, I stated here, lies in the digital payment system, and evidence abounds. You know, the booming e-commerce, means of payment in e-commerce is electronic, basically digital, and it's convenient. So that's the kind of thing that will make a lot of people want to engage in that. Agent open banking is everywhere now. Every nooks and cranny, you see POS. And of course, the overseas remittances that has been mentioned. So, and then you now have e-taxation. So you have an example of FIRS, Tax Pro Max. That tells you that almost everything we want to be doing now is around electronic ecosystem. Now, other pieces of evidence that I have here, emerging trend in e-payment, cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency, there's a controversy around that. That controversy surrounds its use, whether as currency, as commodity. The anti-penultimate speaker here came in to talk glowingly about cryptocurrency. So, but I guess it merged two things together, and that's blockchain and cryptocurrency. Blockchain is particularly a foundation for cryptocurrency, but they're not exactly the same thing. So every economy would accept blockchain, and it helps the economy, and there's no way we can avoid it. But cryptocurrency, the question that has always surrounded it is be accepted in an economy. If you talk about cryptocurrency, what personally I do not think, and why you see that most regulators are also skeptical about it, cryptocurrency could bring down an economy overnight. If you want to move billions of dollars out of Nigeria today, all you need to do is have your cryptocurrency here, travel out, and go and download it over there. So it could be a big problem. That means that it has to be regulated in a way. And even in the US, you find out that the US Commodity Exchange Act treats cryptocurrency as a commodity. So, and that is the direction in which SEC is looking at, that if you want to trade a commodity, you could come, they are looking at regulatory framework that they could use for, but for payment, it's not something that could easily be accepted by any economy. That's why you see the country central banks, Nigeria particularly, will have e-naira now, right? Okay, so now, question that has always been asked is whether cryptocurrency meets the three criteria for currency: medium of exchange, stock value, a unit of account keeping, and I leave all that to the accountant. Now, you have associated risk in cryptocurrency also. Cyber attack risk, tax avoidance. So you can see now if you're transacting cryptocurrency, I'm glad he stated that brilliantly. There's no way the regulator is able to lay their hand on that transaction. So to be able to tax it, financial transactions are also taxed one way or the other, all right? Even though it's electronic transaction. Now, another thing that serves as evidence of the fact that the future of payment is in digital payment system is the fact that you have central banks adopting something similar to the e-Naira said in Nigeria. Particularly, the point of attraction of that has been said to be that the PII, personal identity information, kept off the ledger. So that's a kind of security feature of that payment system. Now, the future of payments in Nigeria and fraud. Certainly, we know the kind of fraud that is associated with payment system is prone to cyber crimes, cyber squatting, cyber stalking, phishing, etc. There is what is called man in the middle. That's associated with what Hush Puppy did. And you could imagine how much money he pulled from the digital payment system. So court documents filed in California, for instance, stated that the victims lost $24 million in Dubai, and $24 million. Then in Dubai, the Dubai police also claim that they got 16 billion naira cash from Hush Puppy. Business Day also reported that cyber fraud rose 534%. And banks also lost a lot of money within 3 months, July and September 2020. So in future, you also have problems, as is happening now, concerning identity theft, data breach, and report had it that Identity Fraud Global losses totaled $52 billion in 2021. Of course, money laundering could also be on the increase as a result of this, hacking into payment portals and all of those things are things we would experience as we engage in the digital payment ecosystem. Now we have extant laws applicable to digital payment system. In number of that, we have the Cybercrime Act of 2015. A lot of that evidence Act 2011, Section 84 particularly, which has to do with electronic evidence required to bring cyber criminals to book in court. Now, you have a number of that Anti-Corruption Act, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Act, etc. So you find that we have a lot of laws as are listed here. So plethora, the question is, have they been able to take care of the risk involved in the digital payment ecosystem? Now, the challenge will be to adapt and expand existing laws, regulation, and certain contractual rules to adequately cover the new medium of payment. That is to say that we have laws, but what is observed in the academia is that all of these laws, as you have seen them, as plenty as they are not capable of taking care of the problem associated with digital payment system. So therefore, the role of the academia is to point out certain things where there are contradictions, where there are weaknesses in our law, so that The senators, let me not be particular about senators so that it doesn't go back to report to Senate. I'm talking about the National Assembly because the two of them are involved. So we point out those areas for them to make necessary adjustment so that it could be of help to players in the industry. So cybersecurity as key fraud mitigation. What the thrust of my paper is to see how law could mitigate this fraud in digital payment system, because we know that fraud cannot be outrightly removed. Forever it will continue to be like that because you have the first step to draw board, to devise other means. And that's why your innovations will not be enough. Law breathes life into innovations that you devise for purpose of securing the ecosystem. Now, mitigating payment fraud, ensuring cybersecurity is vital. So if the cyberspace is secure, do our transactions right from our bed and sleep over it. But the point is, look at the heavy amount of money that is moved. You initiate a transaction, and at the end of the day, it goes bad. So you start, that can, it can destroy a company. If any company, I doubt if any company in Nigeria here today loses 10 billion naira, whether that company can stand again. Which company? Banks? So if a bank loses 10 billion naira, at a go, it can still stand. MTN. Okay. I agree with you, MTN. Now, Cybercrime Act has a number of provisions that tend to help when it comes to mitigating risk in this digital payment space. And you have provisions like intercepting electronic money transfer, which attracts 7 years. I want you to pay attention to this because one of the things that we do, when you see what a criminal has perpetrated and you look at the punishment provided, whether that punishment is adequate for purpose of deterring others from engaging in the same, are some of the things we also observe and make recommendations. Whether something that is of 7 years will be 21 years, something that is 10 million should be 100 million. And we also observe that some of the provision is made, a criminal has perpetrated fraud and loss of money is involved. And then you have provision for punishment of such a crime being term of imprisonment. Someone has stolen 200 million, and then you have term of imprisonment and payment of fine of, say, 10 million. I still lost anything. So the criminal goes away with the money, or nothing is done about the loss he has caused. So which means that the law has to go beyond that and make further provision for how to take care of the loss that has been incurred. Now you have intercepting electronic money, 10 years, second conviction, and that's provided in section 9. Tampering with critical national infrastructure attracts 10 years without option of fine. Employee tampering with critical infrastructure attracts fine of 2 million or 3 years imprisonment. That's in section 10 of the Act. Identity theft attracts 7 years and 5 million. Breach of confidence by service providers is 5 million fine plus the money lost. This one is Then section 29, electronic card related fraud is 7 years, 5 million fine, or both. Then the KYC duty of financial institution, failure to adhere to this attract 5 million against the officials. That is still required to take KYC. Every service provider shall comply with the provisions of the Cybercrime Act. Failure to do this attract 10 million. So how many of us have seen the Cybercrime Act? And you have an obligation under the Cybercrime Act, but you have never laid your hand on it. So that's a problem. Directors of service providers are supposed to get 3 years or 7 million. That's provided for in section 40. So now the role of law in mitigating digital payment fraud is making provision in the law against criminal actions and concerning payment system, and then effective regulation is also required. Registration, licensing, regulatory framework, guidance. So that means that any work or businesses that you people engage in, the regulatory framework concerning that business ought to be procured, and you get yourself acquainted with that. Now, the KYC requirements of supervision, section 37, then data protection. So the law helps through regulations on data protection as well. And there should be rules. This drawing from what the Senate has said, we have also observed that in the academia, that what we have is a stopgap provided through section 6 of the NIDA Act. So through that, the NIDA came up with the data protection regulation. So under the NDPR, that's data protection regulation is referred to as NDPR, a data controller company. So if you're a company that controls data, and this is one way of protecting users of the payment system. So when you use payment portals, you release a lot of your data, and that data could be used in any way, including your bank account, your password, and all that. So those fintechs that you release your data to are data controllers. So they're under obligation to appoint a data protection officer. In your own company, have you done that? Appointing a data protection officer who must ensure that the organization complies with data protection laws and regulation. Then the data controller is also to submit annual data audit to NIDA by 15th of March every year. So see Regulation 4 of the Data Protection Regulation. So non-compliance with this data protection regulation attracts between 2 million and 10 million. So this one area of conflict also, because the NIDA makes provision for about 200,000, while the NDPR that came afterwards making provision for 2 to 10 million. That's a kind of contradiction that ought to be. And, working together, with the National Assembly and all other stakeholders, things that could resolve something like this. Then regulation of cryptocurrency is required. The Stock Exchange Commission currently working with CBN on crypto trading regulation. So the regulatory guideline initially was suspended due to lack of access of crypto to Nigerian bank accounts. And why that the CBN placed a ban on that because it was skeptical about accepting cryptocurrency. But then now they are thinking in the line of coming up with a robust regulation. That's the way to go. I'm not saying that it should be or could be accepted as a currency. no country will accept that, all right? And that's why you see many central banks now coming up with their own e-currency. Now, some of the recommendations that we have is that there's need for law, mandating payment software owners to ensure security of the payment system against hacking or other abuses that could result in financial losses. Digital payment risk insurance is something that is also recommended. All right, we have something like that being considered in the United States. Okay? And then there's this online safety law. It's also recommended for here because we have something like that in the United Kingdom. It's still at the stage of a bill, though it's being considered. But so, Senator, I hope we are looking in this direction. So, United Kingdom Online Safety Bill, in its section 36, imposes duty of care to offer protection where criminals to steal people's personal data or break into bank accounts. So it's required to place or enforce the legal burden on anyone carrying on business using internet-enabled platforms to take responsibility for safety of customers making digital payments. Adequate punishment for cybercrime and effective implementation is also recommended. And of course, policing or monitoring of financial transactions. Do we even have that infrastructure for the states to be able to monitor that in Nigeria? That's one direction we should also look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So do we have a question for the final keynote? Oh, yes. So we've got one question. That's all.
Good afternoon, Professor. This is my name. I work for Nanocentric Technologies. I have a big concern regarding algorithms. I expect the academic community to have come up with more robust research around algorithms. We've been so heavily exposed to big tech access to our data. We up to date, we don't have any form of regulation or policies. It would be nice to see what the academic community is doing in that space, so it could help our society.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Algorithm, it's not a legalese. It's not a legal language, is it? No, let me, yeah, it's true. I'm laying a foundation. But as a learned person, we are supposed to be multidisciplinary learning and teaching. And we do that, but we do it only from legal point of view. And we're only able to do that when the senators have performed their own tasks. So what is expected is for the National Assembly to invite those who are in ICT, right, who actually make use of algorithm to, build technologies and all that, because that's the foundation of most of the software that we see turned out there. So they are invited because there are ethics actually around this. So from legal point of view, those ethics we know what should be, what shouldn't be, and that should be what should be of interest to senators so that you have legislations around ethical steps that are supposed to be taken in the process of developing software. Thank you very much.
I think we have just one lady that, because she's a lady, of course.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Linda, and I work for Business Day as the head of digital. I have two questions from someone who is watching online. So she sent the question. The first one is, what are you doing to mitigate fraud exposure during your onboarding processes? And customers onboarding abandonment has increased to over 40%, while fraud and payment processes has also reached about 48%. So it's not, okay, so I'll probably ask it to someone else.
Okay, I think that's not for you. So that question will come for the panel. Thank you so much, Professor. Give him another round of applause. Thank you. So my panelists, you've got a lot of questions waiting for you. Without further ado, we will march to the back where we will have some tea and some things to chew. And then we'll be back here in 10 to 15 minutes, please. Thank you. You can start proceeding to the back now. Thank you.
In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices, and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started.
Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA, millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world what a successful entrepreneur looks like. This is our time. All it takes is that first payment, and we're on our way.
In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices, and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started.
Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA, millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world what a successful entrepreneur looks like. This is our time. All it takes is that first payment, and we're on our way.
In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices, and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started.
Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA, Millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world what a successful entrepreneur looks like. This is our time. All it takes is that first payment, and we're on our way.
Hello and welcome. I'm the CEO of Knoxwire, one of the largest global real-time gross settlement systems on the market. I want to briefly talk about the vision behind Knoxwire. We spent tens of millions of dollars to fund a multinational effort to develop what we believe is the only solution most banks will ever need for international payments. Knoxwire is made up of two systems that operate within one network. This network allows a financial institution to utilize its funds in significantly more ways than any other wire system on the market, opening up a financial institution and its clients to largely same-day payments to over 30,000 institutions globally in more than 150 countries. That's 3 times the reach of SWIFT at 20 times the speed and a fraction of the cost. Our payment technology to date has powered over 10 million transactions from over 600,000 customers worldwide. Join Knoxwire today and set your institution apart from the market.
In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices, and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices, and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday. Shifts in the business environment or investment opportunities. At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access.
See? Then I'd like to call Dr. Babatunde Ogbonogbuche, Chief Operating Officer, FinTech Association of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause, thank you. Moving on, I'd like to call Senator Ihehen to come have a seat. It's Senator with the President, Stakeholders in Blockchain Association in Nigeria, SIBAN, and lead partner Infusion Oil. So we have two hats. You're welcome. I'd like to call also Mr. Ibrahim Oyib, CEO Leatherback. Yeah, that is the manual. Oh, this is right. Okay, problem. Okay. Then, last but not least, Mr. Simeon Ogulubi Nofa, Chief Operating Officer at Dole Cash. Yes.
sorry about. All right. We have people to follow you. Yeah, so we're going to pass it. All right, thank you. So, let's start. I'm not going to be seated. I'm just going to be like a roving questionnaire, and we're going to sort of make it a lot more engaging with some of the comments of some of the questions from the audience. Before they had a lot that not been answered, the matter had a lot of hands that we not taking. So we're going to try to make it as many as possible. We have Mr. Bulalola here, and there's a lot of questions for us to cover up ahead and all that. So we've heard from Mr. Andrew or Visa about the future of freedom. And one of the things he mentioned was contactless. He said contactless. And then we heard from Emmanuel, he mentioned NFTs. There's several names being thrown out there. I would like to ask, let's say, starting from you, Emmanuel, what do you see as the future of payment? So, I think the future of payments is very bright, right? Money in itself, being store of value, medium of exchange, that medium of exchange component of money is something that has kind of like rapidly evolved over time and is going to continue evolving. And the key things would remain in the future: convenience, ease, borderlessness, of transacting. Because if people are doing business with people halfway across the world from their mobile phone, then they should be able to also send money halfway across the world, the same way they are sending a WhatsApp message. So that's what the future of payments will be. And for that to be possible, a lot of technology have to be innovated around. The current systems may not be what takes us there. We may need to innovate and look for different ways of pulling things together, where things don't exist in isolation, where we can have a platform that has components of crypto. Like for me, like I think the PAPS that was released recently is a profound first step in that direction. I'm looking forward to seeing a PAPS integrates things like around the block power settlements across Africa, for instance. So those are the kind of things I think will drive the future of payments. Okay, and pass it to Mr. Simeon Ogunobi, Ajokash. Let's hear what you think about that.
All right, thank you so much, moderator. I think Mr. Emmanuel has already laid the foundation when he talks about the future of payment being, most especially mentioned social fi. And because as a company, Ajokash, driving financial inclusion, phenomenon goes down after grassroots themselves, having to be involved in these innovations. Blockchain is so you see, like in other cases, we have optimization system where traders are being rewarded, because they give money to traders, so that they're rewarded for conduct, like paying your loan early, for other things,
reward in the market. For example, we could take the token, maybe like one or two of these tokens, go to one of our vendors and take some product there just for your reward. So that in a way is creating some form of sensitization, that payment is actually heading somewhere. Sometimes in the future, we hope that those tokens can now be exchanged for fiat and also be used for a lot of other things.
Okay, Mr. Adedeji, so Mr. Lufemi, while he was making his presentation, made a lot of references to payment, unifying payment in Africa and what needs to be done. I wanted to ask, where is Africa in terms of this whole future of payment thing that we keep talking about? Where are we? Are we making the type of progress you want to see, or are we lagging behind? And if we're lagging behind, how far behind are we?
Thank you so much. So when we look at Africa, we are lagging behind. And when you look at payment, like everybody's talking about payments are enablers. Payments, telephony, anything that removes friction is an enabler of commerce. Commerce creates value, lifts people out of poverty, and we have a significant problem with that in Africa, because today it's talk about apps, it's talk about what crypto is doing, which is basically allowing people to be able to discover other opportunities. So imagine today, let's say you are a farmer in Taraba today. The biggest challenge people have is, how do I sell? Most often than not, there's so much friction. Imagine if you could sell easily to someone else and get paid. There's probably going to be opportunity for people to be able to move things around for you. That challenge is still there for Africa, and we are really behind, but there's an opportunity to look forward, because when you look at technology, you could sometimes go through the steps. For when you look at telephony, for example, you go through the rotary phones, you go through the beta phones, or you could jump straight to mobile, which is what we do in Africa. Same thing if you look at the things that make me kind of hopeful for us is, even though we're far behind when it comes to some of this technology, Nigeria, for example, is probably one of the top 5 countries for cryptos in the world. You see the adoption of the internet is growing, even though it's still small, it's still growing faster than in other places. So it also means that even though we are behind, there's an opportunity for us to leapfrog and dodge all the pitfalls that other countries have dodged to get to actually to lead in payments. I guess that's the direction I think we're going. The only challenge is some of our regulators and some of our stakeholders that have the ability to let this happen and impede it don't see things from the same point of view. So there'll be more blockers to some of the progress that can be made. If we can remove these blockers, I think the disadvantages we have will be entirely gone.
Okay, pass the mic to Mr. Ibrahim. Mr. Ibrahim, I wanted to ask, he said that we appear to be lagging behind, but one thing that I think we're not lagging behind on is funding. What is the attraction with all the deficit in infrastructure that we have? What is the attraction, Africa? Why are we getting this type of attraction we're getting in Africa in terms of payment space and a lot of investors coming in?
Wow. Okay. So that's a very funny question. Anyway, what's going on in the funding space right now? All right. So one of my mentors says regularly that Nigeria is where China was 40, 50 years ago. Let's say 50 years ago, right? And the opportunities are there. And I think part of the reasons why we're attracting so much funding and potential investment is because someone in the crowd usually says we're in an abusive relationship in this country. So that means there's a lot of chaos. In all that chaos, there's opportunity. Many people have tried logistics and it's failed in Nigeria. Many e-commerce firms are trying to keep their head above water. Payment firms are facing the kind of pushback from regulators regularly. People are trying to innovate out of the kind of complexities that we have in the country, right? And this applies across other sectors. Coincidentally, I'm also a farmer, so I can assure you, farming in this country is gangster. It's no joke at all. And so different sectors have different problems, and in those sectors, across all those problems, you find opportunities in the value chain that can be tapped into. I think investors are seeing this, and young Nigerians and young Africans are seeing these opportunities and are creating innovative ideas to solve for these problems. No one wants to be left out of that period when Nigeria, in 30 years, 40 years, will be in that position to be whatever, how important China is to the world today. So that's really what I think.
I want to know what to think about a question. What are investors looking for in Africa?
So investors, I would say, look for obviously opportunity in a sense of growth. Especially within the payments industry. For example, Nigeria although they have the largest economy in Africa, we've identified that cross-border payments is a huge issue in the country. So there is huge opportunity if the correct channels are followed and correct connections are made, obviously, for infrastructure to take place and the future to proceed in order to open Nigeria up to the world for cross-border payments, cross-border trading, etc. So, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Barton, you are in charge of a lot of fintech organizations in Nigeria, and I know you interact with them. And I want to ask, in terms of policy, in terms of government policy of payment and other things, we have seen AFCTA come on board. We have seen the CBN and the other central bank governors have recently made a move about a payment, something that can unify the whole continent. But just somehow we seem to not tie the knot about cross-border payment. What do you think in terms of policy is lacking?
Thanks. That's a tough question. I think that, look, one of the big problems we need to look at Africa as a whole. One of the problems we've had is the fact that unity has been a challenge. Let's go back 20 years. ECOWAS, we've been trying to even unify ECOWAS, as small as ECOWAS is, and it's been a challenge. So I think that the political will is one of the big challenges. I don't think it's much of policy, the political will to do it. And once the political will is there, then we can achieve it. Now, there will be challenges. There are big economies, there are small economies. I mean, either we like it or not, there's no way we're going to do cross-border payment without taking into consideration the reserves of a country. So let's forget about the concept of either it's dollar, the way it's not, the way we're looking at, but there's still that you must have a reserve to pay. So and I think that's where the challenge is. How do you deal with that problem? So if I take more goods from a country that does not have enough reserves, how do the merchants pay? So I think that they are toiling with these policy issues. I don't think it's as easy as we think that it is. I mean, when you look at it, so there are a lot of things that need to be done, and I think that we should give them time. But if the political will is there, it will happen.
What kind of engagement will make that political will come?
I think it's for the leaders to see Africa, not the individual countries. And it happens everywhere. Like, I was in the banking sector in 2004 when we needed to merge, when banks needed to merge. A lot of banks lost out because there was fight about who was going to be the new CEO of the big entity. As small as, so you can see that. So we can see that we live in communities. I live in an estate and an issue comes up and first of all, people don't cooperate. So we're now looking at the bigger scale of this. So until everybody sees Africa and not me, and that how can we unify the continent and grow together, then that's when we can break that ice. But until we get to that stage, we're going to keep having to go back and forth. But I hope that with what AfroExim is doing, leading the charge, the AFCFTA, and let's hope that with everybody signing that agreement, that we can come to the table eventually and agree. When that will happen, I don't know, but we might get there.
Okay, so Senator, so I'm a fan of cryptocurrency, you already know that. So we've been talking about regulation of cryptocurrency, and every time we look around the world, we're trying to find an example of a country that has regulated cryptocurrency so that we can, even if just come and just pour it, but somehow we just haven't found it. We've had a country that said it's a legal tender, and we've had some countries say we want to do it. Argentina is there, But then, why is it so difficult
to get a hand of regulation of cryptocurrencies?
Thank you very much. Cryptocurrencies, as everyone would have been following, is a step from the evolution of money. We've had the evolution of money over the years, and cryptocurrency is coming at a time when we talk a lot about digitalization, data-driven economy, digital economy, decentralization. And one way or the other, regulators who have been over the years or centuries been used to centralization would inherently and understandably no struggle with that, because when we talk about cryptocurrencies, they are decentralized. And if you are bringing decentralization to a space where centralization is what regulation is all about, there will be disruption, and it will take some time. Having said that, there is need for an understanding of cryptocurrencies. I think that many stakeholders already drew that conclusion or made that deduction that our regulators across sectors, not just the financial industry, need to understand what cryptocurrencies are and how they evolved. Cryptocurrencies need to be understood as an unavoidable part of the evolution of money, because the trend we're talking about, Internet 3.0, is here. If you say no to cryptocurrencies, it is saying no to digitalization in the Web3, and you can't stop that. Now, regulators need to have that understanding of cryptocurrencies. They need to understand blockchain. Now, I have seen some of the countries like El Salvador or Central African Republic adopt Bitcoin as a legal tender. We understand that those will come with inherent risk, and IMF has said a lot about that. Well, the idea of cryptocurrency is not really about legal tender. Satoshi Nakamoto, who invented a man or group of people who invented Bitcoin, the idea was not about making Bitcoin legal tender. And I think that central banks are beginning to get it wrongly. They think that the cryptocurrency has come to take away other currencies, the legal fiat standard. Not so. The idea of cryptocurrency is the same idea from having smartphone, smart TV, smart money. It's smart money. We're in a digital economy that you need speed, you need affordability, and you need to also have control of your digital economy. So it's something we need to do. Regulators need to have open, very transparent, honest engagement with players in the crypto industry. In my capacity as the president of the Stakeholders in Blockchain Technology Association of Nigeria, CBAN, our experience has been that regulators, particularly the Central Bank of Nigeria, believes that they do not regulate the crypto players. Therefore, we shouldn't really be having a conversation. I think that approach is problematic, because if you realize where Web3 is going to, tell me, the real guys that want to have a conversation with are the Binance, the Bundles, the Kodaks of this world. And what we should be doing as the supervisor of the financial industry is not to make banks and other financial institutions now hides away from what is going on in the crypto space. What you want to do is ensure that there is collaboration, ensure that there is protection in terms of managing those risks. And that's what brings me to the issue of compliance. You know, what crypto needs now is not about having the answers to all the questions. What crypto needs now is safety. how do you secure the financial system or banking system? This is where anti-money laundering and combating financial terrorism finance. That's what it says. It doesn't restrict anything. After 1 year, it issued another in February. It said crypto is not legal tender, stay clear of it, and then it warned the public to also be alert. What changed in 2021 was that the CBN had seen that regardless of how its warnings, Nigerians kept tripping into the crypto space. Monies were leaving the banks into digital wallets and straight to the crypto economy. And I said, just shut it down. Shut it down in the Nigerian banking system. That, I have to say, in my opinion, is an error. Why? Because crypto comes from the idea, the philosophy of decentralization. When you are asked to regulate something that is decentralized, the biggest mistake you can make is to say, get out of the room. Because that is exactly what it needs. It doesn't need decentralization. And that explains why peer-to-peer transactions have gone, it's gone crazy since that ban. You know that ban is just something to make CBN feel comfortable for a while, but it's not, because globally, the CBN is losing control. When you're a regulator in the crypto space, what you want is control. And to get that control is not to force control, it is to collaborate. When you collaborate, you will have more control. You will see things. Terrorism is happening through crypto, you will get the reports. Money laundering, you will see it. As we speak, the citizen cannot see these things because they are known in areas where Bundu and others may not be playing any role. So, to wrap it up, transparency. Crypto needs transparency, and it's all about engagement.
Okay, so I've one question for each of you, starting from Emmanuel. I want to ask, do you think that the crypto market is being done a favor by the rapidness of the number of coins? In 2017, there wasn't up to 1,000 coins, but right now I can't count how many that's in the market. And the other thing is you've got a lot of jargon. You've got DeFi, you're still trying to understand DeFi, you've got NFTs now you're talking about Web3, and then before you know it, something else comes up and all that. And then people are just, like you said, tripping in without understanding what is happening. Do you think the market is being done a lot of favors with all of these new things just springing up before you wake up?
Yeah, first of all, the cryptocurrency industry by nature, as Senator said, is decentralized, meaning that a lot of people are innovating all over the world and you don't even know what they're innovating around. Because of the nature of it, what will take, say, a month to happen in normal tech will happen in a day in crypto. And at that pace of change, there's definitely going to be a lot of gaps. It's taking, even traditional fintech takes a while for regulation to even happen. How much more crypto where, things are even changing by the minute. So the first question about the coins. So the reason why, when Bitcoin was created, it was created to separate money from states. Basically meaning that there is no reason why money should belong to a country, right? So it was created to be an alternative, not to replace. If you look at what happened in the current Ukraine issue, you see that a lot of people that had local currency could not go to their banks to withdraw. Why? Because the money is not theirs, it belongs to the government. And so all the pensions, all the value they had were literally stuck. In fact, prices went down. So it means that if you're maybe what their currency is, it could buy a shoe, it couldn't buy that same shoe anymore. So you are losing value of your money, you couldn't have access to your money.
So people that were rich became poor. And when war happens, God forbid, people lose property, lose assets and stuff like that. And one of the reasons why Bitcoin was created was to separate money from states. A situation where if I have cryptocurrency now, say Bitcoin, and something is happening, I can move to Ghana, for instance, and convert my cryptocurrency to Ghana cedis. Nothing affects because it doesn't belong to any states. So that's the idea. It's the internet money basically to help transactions go on in that neutral ground called the internet. So new things will always happen. So because of the nature of blockchain, because the blockchain is what powers crypto. Blockchain is a concept of storing data. Basically, it's a new way of storing information in simple terms. It can be applied to anything. It can be applied to voting. Blockchain is what will power e-voting in a way where it cannot be hacked, right? So because of the amount of things that blockchain in itself will disrupt, innovations will continue to happen. The one called DeFi, decentralized finance, means you don't need any third party to collect a loan. Imagine a automated system where you can go give a collateral, collect a loan without anybody being the middleman there. Crazy. You have platforms that give you interest on your savings. Nobody is the CEO per se of those platforms, decentralized. So it's moving really fast, and one of the key things that as players we try to do is to ensure that we keep educating people, because that is the only way to at least try to close the gap. Because people are still trying to understand how to even open e-wallet, or how to use bank transfers and USSD, and now you're telling them about, so you're still trying to move people from Web 1 to Web 2, now there's Web 3, and in Web 3 there are like a lot of things going on there. So even most of the players in this space, including myself, I don't know everything about everything, right? Because there's always something new, and that's the whole idea of crypto. You are always learning. So it's very important that as people come into the industry, the first thing they hear is, don't believe everything you hear. In fact, we say there's something we say DYOR, do your own research. Because if you believe me and do something that I said, and you get burnt, it's an issue for you, right? So one of the key things we do is educate about scams, about how to identify scam projects. Somebody coming and telling you that because when you separate money from states, it means that anybody can create a currency. That's actually now the downside to it. So now I can choose in 2 minutes to create a coin called Babs coin and tell you that, this Babs coin, Bitcoin did this in 7 years, Babs coin will do this in this coin, and you now give me actual cash and collect my piece of crap that I just created. The reason why that is happening now is because there's a lot of FOMO, like people are afraid of missing out on the next big thing. However, the reason why cryptocurrencies have value in the first place has to be understood. Why does Bitcoin have value? Why is the value today, for Bitcoin folks in the house? I know what we are going through, right? But why does crypto have value in the first instance? So when people begin to understand the philosophy behind what money is and why Naira has value and why the value is going down and it's coming up and all that, they will now understand that, okay, if somebody comes and says, okay, buy Babs coin, they'll ask, what can I use this Babs coin to buy or to sell? People that have casinos have always had like currencies within the casino. They have use cases. So virtual currencies aren't, the concept isn't new. Digital currencies have always been there. Just now there's just a new one called cryptocurrencies, which is a bit more secure, right? Because if you do a bank transfer from my bank account, it's a digital transfer. You're just transferring electronic data, right? And there's a possibility that data can be compromised, right? But blockchain means that, okay, there's a high degree of certainty that this data is correct. So that's just the main difference. So with that, as I said, comes a lot of challenges. And education, the proper education, not to tell them everything, that because you can't really teach everything. The person has to learn based on his interest. Maybe you want to go into NFTs, learn more about NFTs. Great. You want to learn about GameFi, earn money from playing games, all this kind of stuff. Great.
But the first thing that everybody must learn before they invest in Bitcoin is that it is not an investment scheme. You know, because the first question they ask is, how much do I put? Yeah, what do I make? You know, all these kind of questions. That's not what it's about. It's a new way that you can transact. It's a new store of value.
Thank you. Simeon, so I come to you. You play in the lending space. Yes. So that space is a growing one. I mean, everybody needs cash and once in a while and all that. But recently we saw the SEC shut down some guys who were doing some unethical things and all that. And that was because they were either taking people's data and using it to threaten them and all that. How do we ethically lend in order to close the credit gap in Nigeria?
Okay, good. The space, actually, the lending space, actually saw a lot of that harassment, so to speak, where people call and say your brother also is owing some money and we'll go after him and all of that. But basically, what I think is, if there can be some form of verification, before you lend out money, you don't just do that over the internet. You know, there must be some form of verification in a way that enables you secure that lending process. So we have in crypto space, we have what we call smart contracts. We have Eve lending platforms that give that possibility, you know, through verification of data and KYC models and all of that. But basically, all we do is that before we explore into that space, because our own lending process is kind of different, because we have structures on ground. You know, basically we deal with traders. So there are structures on ground that we basically use to verify. You know, you must be a trader, you must have goods in your shop, you must have a physical store. So we verify, and we also verify through market leaders. So the market leader must also come and check, do a background check, and okay, this person is actually selling this market before we actually allow that credit to go through. So these are the things that we have done. So we don't do the kind of lending where it's just over and somebody's calling. No. When we also do recovery, we also do recovery in such a way that the payment is done daily. You know, we have collectors in those markets, you know, through POS agents and all of that goes to collect those monies. So those payments are done daily. And traders, of course, you know, they make their money daily. So that's how we are going to do that recovery process. So while we are still finding a way, we need to solve the challenges of distant lending. One of the ways for us to look at is the issue of this, the concept of smart contracts, you know, that can now solve that trust problem. The way I look at it is that, you see, the way the internet, or 2.0, came to democratize information. You know, before now, information was from a central source, you know, traditional media. So now we have Web 2.0. So everybody sitting down here is an information carrier or a potential content provider. So anything you put on your line or on your social media platform is actually coming from you. So we've created a content, we've created the news. Now it's not left for me, who is consuming that information, to go and verify. You know, so you have trusted sources. So that is how the Web 3.0 is going to democratize finance. In the sense that, like Nana said, you'll be able to create your own value. Now, it is not left for the consumers to now do their own research, DYOR, and verify, okay, do I put my trust in this? The phenomenon that people have that liberty, you know, to trust a system, you know, create value from that system, and also sell those value, is what the crypto space, you know, is bringing about. So I think that one of the things we should look at in the next future is the flow of assets. You know, without liberty, flow of assets from, you know, your fiat. You could say, okay, I trust this project. You can consume the project, and if it goes out, it's your own responsibility. And if there's a possibility that it could also go, you know, high. Then we could also say, okay, you that is a product developer. Like we've seen a lot of the boom on crypto scores, so to speak, has seen a lot of downgrade of innovations, especially from our young tech space. We could have been able to create value that could attract funds into the system, into the country, to the economy, to grow the GDP rate. And we see we could now bring a government, or the government can now come into the space to now see how they can provide regulations, that can guide those innovations, but not just throwing the chicken and the baby and the bathwater all together. That is what.
Okay. Yes. Mr. Adedeji, so in a market where we have a lot of people saying that they are making financial inclusion. Every company wants to do financial inclusion and all that, but at the end of the day, we have 50 million BVNs, which for me is like the addressable markets out there. So how do we, or what, have we changed the meaning of financial inclusion? Does Nigeria have a different type of financial inclusion? Because ours seem to be based on account numbers, and those account numbers, like I said, is like 50 million thereabouts and all that. So what more can we do to ensure a lot more people come onto this payment future that we're talking about? And the second one is, we heard about open banking. CBN is trying to do something about it, and that was last year. We're here, and what is happening with open banking legislature and kickoff? I think that's what we should be heading to.
Thank you so much. When it comes to financial inclusion, usually we use statistics and numbers, and on a typical day, if the foundation of those statistics is shaky, right, then you know that everything you build on is not going to be correct. So, for example, right now, if I said that, let's say somebody came around and said we have 1 million people in this place, and then 50% of them are ladies, automatically you're saying there are 500,000 people, ladies in this place. Now, you can see the 50% of it could be correct, but the fact that it's 1 million is already wrong. So the foundation to some of the numbers we throw around when it comes to financial inclusion in Nigeria is based on the population of Nigeria. Now, the population of Nigeria itself, we haven't done any census since, I think, that was 2006, right? That was the last time we did that would be like 16 years ago. Normally, every serious place does census every 10 years. Now, so if we don't know how many of us we have in Nigeria, then you can be sure that, look, any percentage that we apply will always be wrong. Now, leave that aside. But we know the number of accounts we have. We know the number of BVN we have. We know the NI, because these are the things that came recently, and the numbers may not be 100% accurate, but you could say maybe like 99%, 98% accurate. So as the BVN is about 60 million. Now, why do people use BVNs as a proxy for financial inclusion? Because obviously you need to be registered to open a bank account anywhere. Even if you're going to have a phone and you don't even want to have a bank account, either Google or maybe Apple or any other device manufacturer will need to find a way to register in some way. Maybe you need to have an email. So in Nigeria today, we know the number of BVNs we have, we know the number of account numbers we have, we know the number of NINs we have, we know the number of mobile phones that we have. Now, when it comes to financial inclusion, that's the best process, because obviously, for example, if you want to have better means of communication in Nigeria or anywhere, you need to have a phone. So if you also want to get into to be financially included, there are foundational things people must have. Most of them still comes down to BVN. No matter how much people don't like BVN today, it's still like the most trusted of the untrusted methods we have in Nigeria, because there's no alternative. Today, if I ask any of you, which one do you trust more, the data that came from a BVN or NI, you probably would trust the BVN a little bit, because bankers want to be sure you are who you are, so that they can take the money out when it's time to take it. Now, so financial inclusion will always be tied around this kind of numbers. Maybe when we end up doing right? Then we know. Now, why is it that some people like me don't trust some of the numbers we use for projection for population? Is because if you take a step back and look at all our population from probably the last 50, 60 years, the same proportion of human beings that we say we have in Nigeria have been the same across every single census, despite the realities of urban migration, right? So say Lagos is 10%, maybe Ibadan is X%, and it hasn't changed. You can see that this thing doesn't make sense. We can't be that, despite of urban migration, that we can be that stable. So it automatically means that we can walk away from those numbers, even if they are coming from World Bank or anybody else, and start using process that came from actual recent enrollment, BBN, NINs to make decisions. So financial inclusion will always be this way until something else better comes in. Now, when it comes to open banking, yes, CBN came around last year, February, and they brought out a regulation. CBN created an industry committee made of 5 subcommittees working with open banking, other some banks, top-notch, what do you call it, a sample of the industry for fintechs and other providers, and even if that. We worked on the standard, because open banking normally sits on 3 pillars. You talk about data privacy, regulation, and the standard itself. Data privacy already exists through the NDPR. We have the regulation that's what came out last year. The last leg of that stool is the standard. The document has been finished, but then because these kind of things have far-reaching implications, I know the senior people at CBN, they are taking good look at it, and it will come out. I don't work at CBN, so I can't tell you when it will come out. But we know very well it will come out, because there is no other path for innovation and growth beyond that. If CBN doesn't do it, the market will automatically evolve toward that space. It may take a longer time, but it's obviously going to happen. Why do I say so? If you take a step back today, you mentioned people raising money. In the last couple of years, I think in Africa and in Nigeria itself, the tech companies that do APIs that people call open banking, though it's not open banking, but it doesn't make any difference, are probably raised between themselves probably up to $50 million. When you look at globally how open banking is so big, Visa tried to buy Plaid for about almost, I can't remember the exact number, $4.7 billion or something like that. The US government scattered the deal after 1 year, saying Visa is going to be a monopoly. That's how important they feel. Then Visa went to Europe and started shopping around and bought Think for $2 billion. So open banking is a big deal. If CBN's regulation doesn't come out on time, the market will evolve itself. Same way ID, very decent ID didn't come from the government, and then BVN showed up, and then we all have to live with it. Thank you.
Okay, so to you, Ibrahim, I wanted to ask you, your market deals, you mentioned that you're in agriculture, and part of what Leatherback does is financing in agriculture, isn't it?
No.
Okay. All right, but let me ask this question. Being in a farmer, as you are, you deal with a segment of the population that has a lot of people who are not literate. Okay, and here we are talking about payment, and oftentimes most of the policies of this government is hovered around agriculture, how to make us have sustainable food and other, but we've not seen it happen. And part of that issue is around also how do you fix in payment into it. But then we're also talking about this demography, which also lends itself to financial inclusion. How do we bring this demography that are not very literate to embrace these innovations that we are talking about? How do we do that?
All right, 2 things, right? One, I'll just talk a bit about what Leatherback does. So basically, we are a global payments and collection solutions provider. And what we do primarily is we offer businesses and individuals the opportunity to bank globally. We don't like using the word banking, but if you're on Leatherback today, we are able to offer you local currency accounts across about 13 countries. So which means if you're in Nigeria, you do not need to leave Nigeria before you can get an account in Egypt if you sell in Egypt or if you buy in Egypt, which also fits into how you can also give basic farmers the opportunity to buy and sell their goods globally and also promote commerce and trade, right? So we are that organization that if you visit Leatherback right now today, you're able to get an account in India without having to go down to India, and it's a local Indian account. And we also enable that fluidity of movement of funds and collections. And for us, primarily, collections is key to business expansion. When you wake in the morning as a farmer or whatever you are, your thought process is primarily around how you can buy and sell in Naira. How you can buy from your FCMB account or your First Bank account locally in Nigeria, right? You will not necessarily think, there's no reason why I can't sell this thing to someone in Egypt, because there's someone that needs it in Egypt or in India. We are creating that collection solution that is primarily controlled by you, and that allows you, that changes your thought process and it allows you to explore limitless possibilities. So that's primarily what the back does, and we are operating in about 13 countries. So now, to connect to what you mentioned, I think we're on the right track in a way. I was a bit excited when I saw that the CBN has finally approved the likes of MTN has given them the license required to power mobile banking solutions in Nigeria, right? And I've always been a firm believer in the fact that the ultimate solution, in my own way, to financial inclusion is letting the telcos do their thing. MTN has probably over 70 million users in Nigeria, and the telcos, every Tom, Dick and Sule has a mobile phone in one way or the other, and it's something they can relate with. If you can put the power in, if you can let the telcos do what they have done so far, I mean, the telecommunications industry has developed rapidly over the last couple of years, and there's no doubt that if you let the telcos do what they really want to do, it's one of the easiest ways to allow that person in Masarawa or Yola to conveniently move money from himself to another person. The only thing is, I think it's going to take a long process. I think people will need to come to terms with it. You mentioned something about how crypto, I mean, you guys have, people in the crypto space have put a lot of effort into educating people about scams and other things. So I think one of the challenges we'll face is letting the average person come to terms with the fact that there's a new method of moving value from one place to another. It doesn't have to be crypto alone. If you tell me that MTN is enabling me, send money from me to that person, it will take a while for me to agree. Is it really money? Am I really going to get value for it? Exactly. I think the minute people get educated that much, and the hurdles that needs to be faced, there's still going to be the hurdle of how you are potentially enabling airtime become money in a way. That's also something, and that's something that needs to be answered entirely. But those are things that I think we're on the right path to solving where we are in Nigeria and enabling financial inclusion. And once we are able to solve those problems, I think it makes it easy. And also now layers where something that is also, we need to factor it in for talking about the future of payments. Embedded finance is everything today. We at Leatherback are talking to people that, I've seen an educational institution firm that has gone as bold as saying, yes, we offer educational solution services, but we want to be able to power the entire journey of that student from when they pick up the phone and say they want to apply to when they start paying. Even when they get to that country, we want to make sure we do that on our platform. Enabling financial inclusion and making sure the penetration levels are as deep as possible will also give room for embedded finance to grow, basically. So that's what I think.
Niemand, so I come to you. How do we include, because I hear this a lot now, the next 1 billion, Google has it, every other person has it, everybody's talking about including the next 1 billion persons in the financial system and all that. How do we include millions of Nigerians still outside the financial system?
Sure. So Knoxwire specifically, basically our platform is a cross-border payments platform that allows financial institutions and organizations to become not only part of a real-time gross settlement network, but also allows the ability for cross-border payments to out-of-network banks across the globe. We facilitate transactions in 200 countries, exchanging in approximately 120 currencies. Now, obviously, every single person in Nigeria or I would say most people in Nigeria have found it difficult to send money or receive money in the country due to the restrictions on foreign exchange, the difficulty in foreign exchange, etc. So in implementing infrastructure like our payments platform, basically it opens the country up to connecting to the world as well as the foreign exchange, the actual other currencies across the globe. In doing that, you are also enabling basically the entire nation to become part of trade internationally, become part of actually being able to make payments to family, to suppliers, exporters, whatever the case may be. So we've been actually working very closely with a lot of financial institutions in the country, getting obviously legal opinions and so forth to get infrastructure in place to not only solve the cross-border payments gap in the market, but also the USD liquidity problem, which obviously could assist largely in the help with foreign exchange problems in the country.
So Mr. Waltonde, I'm going to ask you this question on collaboration because we find that it is beginning to grow. We're seeing that there's a little bit growth between the banks and the fintechs. But at the same time, we now have more banks setting up fintech companies. And the question is, how do you, as an organization, build or foster collaboration between these two players? Even though the banks say, oh, we're no longer seeing them as a challenge or as a threat and all of that, but we're seeing them actually investing a lot of money in building their own from scratch, and not a lot of acquisition that we would have expected. Some words, I don't know, but.
Okay, so for us as an association, we're driven by 3 core objectives: to be able to connect, which is about bringing everybody in the space together, and that's why it's not just about fintechs. We have 20 sectors in the association today, which includes the incubating bank. So collaboration is key for us because the connect is about nobody can do it alone. The banks need the fintechs need the bank. So there's need to have that collaboration, that you should look at the bigger picture than what's it called. But then you see the banks too are beginning to understand the fact that look, banks like Shogun Abaji are just going to be platforms delivering financial services. Now, if your license is for a bank, there are rules that guide you as a central bank. So as a bank, there are things you cannot do. There are things that fintechs can do that banks cannot do. And I think the banks want to play in that space. I also think that in the business of collaboration, I'm sure that banks have tried to talk to and I see this where there's negotiation, and maybe fintech says, because it's my idea, I want 70% ownership, and the bank takes that. Of course, the banks will tell you to get out. Because that's not the way a bank works. So, I mean, so in the period of negotiation, a bank has 10 million customers. They're talking to me as a fintech. That means that from day one, I have access to 10 million customers. So I should be able to step back and look at a bigger picture. So you have those issues that don't work. So the banks, look, if the fintechs we can collaborate on solutions, but when it comes to acquisition is not working, let's set up our own subsidiaries. I think that the market is big enough. I don't think there should be anything to be afraid of. The market is big enough. And you see, it's about solutions. If, like Professor David West says, if I build it, will they come? So if you're a bank and you have a fintech that's building something that nobody likes, they won't come. So you must be building what people like. So look, how many fintechs should we have? You can have as many, but I think that, so we're talking about payments here, we're talking about financial inclusion. What do people pay for? They spend 50% of their salaries today buying food. But we can feed ourselves. So that means that there's a lot of potentials in agri-tech. We have 3% insurance penetration. There's a lot of potentials in insurance. And the good thing is that we have a fantastic payment infrastructure, one of the best in the world in Nigeria. So we just need to layer the verticals on that existing structure. And I think that that's where we should be looking at solutions. How do we solve problems in health tech solutions, ed tech? I mean, our schools were shut down when people were going to school during lockdown. I mean, healthcare is in a mess. We can't feed ourselves. But we can solve a lot of problems by agri-tech. I mean, there's Soilless Agri in Ogun State, and they're doing fantastic stuff, just doing houses, producing things that you don't even think that they produce in Nigeria. So there's a lot of things that we can do on the verticals and lay on the existing payment system. And that's what's going to drive financial inclusion. Let me just say something about financial inclusion. The issue is this. There's no community in Nigeria that you go to. There's nobody. There's not one Babajo that collects money there. So financial inclusion is about value and trust. So what you don't have is trust. They don't trust the system, but they trust an individual. How do we bring that individual into the system? And I think that's what fintech should be looking at. How do we bring that man that they trust into the system and use that to layer that to onboard the people? Take a farming community, you farm. What are the farmers afraid for? Snake bites, scorpion bites, unexpected injuries. Layer an HMO on that for them, and we're adding value, not just come and open a bank account. So there must be value add to those communities to be able to onboard them. So I think that the potentials are huge, but we're thinking value rather than opening an account.
Okay, so questions just to think of? Yeah, you've asked a lot of questions. So I'll come to you. No lady.
Thank you. I'm Chief Lewis. I work in compliance for Red Compass. So I noticed that there's been very little said about fraud today. So I have two questions. My first will be about fraud. And you directed at like fintech NGR. What is being done in terms of information sharing among fintechs in addressing fraud, especially chargeback fraud? Because I noticed that with a couple of clients that we have, they experience a lot of chargeback fraud, friendly fraud, malicious ones, and all that. So what is being done in terms of information sharing, transparent reporting? That is like my first question. The second one is about open banking. I've been a very big fan of Digiolowe and the work they've been doing on open banking for a while. So, but there are concerns that open banking creates, it extends the intermediation problem that is being experienced in payments, which is that it increases costs. It also reduces efficiency in terms of there are a lot of participants. You have the switch, you have the payment providers, you have acquiring banks, issuing banks, and all that. Which blockchain guys come to say, oh, we can solve this because ours is instant. So what is being done in terms of, is that a concern? I mean, the first one would be, is that really a concern? Second one would be, what is being done in that regard? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Faidat. So my question is about CBDCs. So, we talk about the future of payments, and CBDCs is the direction that the future of payments is going towards. So is it something that we should support and encourage? Because given the programmable nature of digital currencies, it's a way that government can easily control their citizens and track their activities. So is it something we should support and encourage as part of the future of payments, or something that we should move away from? Thank you.
I think just one last question, then you can ask it, and then we call it a day. Okay. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my first question is, what are you doing to mitigate fraud exposure during your onboarding processes? That's one. And the second one is, customer onboarding abandonment has increased to over 40%, while fraud on payment processes has reached amounts over $48 billion from some statistics that we have. How do you plan to manage the balance for compliance with customer satisfaction and rapid and secure processes? My name is Linda.
So what do we start from? Mr. Batunde, I think from you.
Okay, the question from the gentleman about fraud.
Yes.
Okay, so look, for any financial institution that is licensed with the central bank, it is statutory for you to report, to render returns on fraud. I think that what we need to be able to, and there's a platform for that, what we probably would do, which is triggering of some, how do we pull these reports from CBN and have a network for which we can disseminate this information, because it's so obvious that people just submit returns but don't really check what is happening with others. So how do we create that communication that, look, this is happening, you need to, and look, this report shows that there was a fraud from this fintech and it went through an account in your own, at your own end, So I guess that we'll look at that and see how we can create that communication amongst, because what's happening is people just send returns but don't really care about what happens elsewhere. So we'll take a look at that. Thanks.
Thanks so much. I think I can just add a little bit to the fraud issues before I talk about open banking. So the challenge of fraud in Nigeria is because people don't collaborate. So it's been the elephant in the room, and the guys doing fraud in Nigeria are not many, but they know if I defraud him, he's not going to tell anyone, then I can go and defraud him after that. So as long as people don't collaborate, it's not going to happen. Now, banks do get to collaborate, but fintech do collaborate. So today, if somebody does fraud on Bundle today, I'm very sure the guy can do it on Credas tomorrow. Nothing's going to happen. They all know this. Now, coming to open banking is not going to cause another disintermediation. What open banking is doing is standardizing how fintechs can connect with banks or API providers so they can all speak the same language. And it also invariably helps end users, regular Nigerians, humans like me, to be able to give access. So, for example, if I want to take money from AjoCard, for example, now AjoCard will be able to use open banking to connect to my bank account and read my transaction statement and figure out whether I'm good for the money or not. Then when there's time to make payments, they can use the same open banking standard to do it. Now, it's not like Ajo can do it today, but if Ajo wants to integrate to 10 banks, they're going to do 10 different APIs. Now, that is where the challenge is. They're probably going to die after the third integration. But if everybody spoke the same language, it would be easy. So if we go international, it means like Logaba, for example, if we have a global open banking standard, for every single country you get into, you are going to integrate with all the banks using the same set of code, the same set of approach. You don't need to start doing software gymnastics. That's a problem that open banking is solving.
Okay. Yes, if I may take the question on CBDCs. Okay. Now, the way in which CBDCs have evolved, some persons believe that CBDCs had to evolve because central banks needed to respond to the attack, quote unquote, coming from decentralized currencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Others say that CBDCs have become unavoidable because we need to push financial inclusion in a way that digital identity will not stop that woman in the village somewhere from participating in the economy. Having said that, the interesting thing about CBDCs is that whether we like it or not, it is making the central bank a player in the financial services industry. And as a player, the question people would ask, who is regulating the central bank CBDCs? Is it the central bank itself? Or do we now need an independent financial conduct authority in Nigeria and in other countries adopting CBDCs so that there will be accountability and transparency? When the CBDC was introduced in Nigeria, the pilot scheme in Nigeria, one of the concerns that the International Monetary Fund raised was if the CBDC you are creating is going to be enabling cross-border transactions, please, you need to pay more attention to your cybersecurity framework. So I think that it is time for every stakeholder in and outside the financial services industry to begin to get very concerned and get interested in the entire CBDC design, the email design, in terms of its cybersecurity framework, in terms of data privacy. I have followed conversations and debates on CBDCs in the UK and the US, and it is the legislature that is actually driving conversations. They call all of the players, including the central banks and reserve banks. Let us know what are you thinking about the CBDCs? How are you going to run this? What are the risks? We need to have open conversations. I think that we're not having enough. I might have missed the detail, but it is possible that the e-naira as a concept has never been discussed at the National Assembly. We need to have the senators come in and the House of Representatives so that you can put the CBN on its toes regarding all of the frameworks around the design, the architecture, the player, the ecosystem. Because the e-naira is a powerful innovation. I was asked once, what do you think? I think it's powerful. I think it can disrupt a lot of stuff, especially around cross-border payments, remittances. But we need to be more transparent about it. In my opinion, I do not think that there was quite enough public engagements regarding the CBDC e-naira before the pilot scheme took place. And you could see the reaction from users initially. It was pretty a bit embarrassing, but I'm happy that that is now, I understand that the CBDC is now moving to the second pilot scheme. To the question, we need agencies like the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA. We need the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Agency. We would need these agencies to get interested in e-naira so that we can check, those things, those concerns about the government using the CBDC to control what you can buy and not buy and all of that. According to the CBN, what we need the e-naira for is to ensure that the cashless economy is supported, cross-border transactions, remittances, and of course, social intervention and tax transparency. But at this stage of the e-naira, all those features haven't really come in. I think that it is the time for everyone to get into that space. Ethics will count. So data is not abused or the privacy is not violated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for my panel. Thank you. So we'll take a picture and then we'll move straight to the next panel. Please, you may stand. Thank you. Okay. So the next panel is on digital financial services adoption, securing the access points against fraud. And okay, so I'll just call those who will be on this panel. That's Mr. Jonah Adams, Managing Director, Infrastructure and Managed Services, InterSwitch, Cisgra, yes. InterSwitch. But he's ably represented by AGK Ngene, yes. And then we also have Mr. Olu Akamu, President and co-CEO OPay Nigeria, representing ALMPO, AMCO. All right, please can we have Mr. Olu to the podium to take his seat? Sorry about that. Mr. Peter Ejiofor is next, Chairman CEO Ednos IT Solutions Limited. And we also have Mr. Udwak Udo, Chairman ACAEBIN and Group Chief Audit Executive, First Bank of Nigeria Limited. Thank you. Mrs. Ronke Kuye, Chief Executive Officer, Shared Agent Network Expansion, Facilities Limited, SANEF. Can we make welcome Mrs. Ronke Kuye? Is she in the hall? Okay. So the next is Mr. Taye Awofiranye, Managing Director, Trusted Advisors. Thank you. Then, of course, this panel will be ably moderated by Mr. Peter Oluka, Chief Editor, Tech Economy.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, can you sit, or can you just stand, stretch your legs? Can you just stand, please? I know it was a long session. Just stand, stretch your legs, stretch your hands. Yes, just do that. No, you're okay. Okay, thank you. Please sit down, have your seat. Yeah. Thank you so much for this great opportunity. I want to first of all thank Business Day for creating this platform for industry stakeholders and to discuss and look at issues as they are and address them. So today more and more purchases are done through online payments. The online world offers convenience and ease of payments, buying of goods and payments for services through payment of via your computer, tablet, or mobile phone. If you look at, but there's one common word that oftentimes pops up, that is fraud. If you look at NIPS statistics, you discover that around 2021, about 48% increase in payments through online, and at the same time the fraud increased by 186%. So today we are looking at that issue. I know most people have asked that question in the audience about fraud. How can it be addressed in the payments ecosystem? So I have the gentleman here. Thank you so much. I know the next time we are going to have this panel, we have female representatives. I wanted to do something disruptive, but let me go by the rules. I want to call someone from the audience to join us here, but let me go by the rules. Thank you, gentlemen, for making yourself available this afternoon. Let me go this way. Just for a few seconds, tell us your company and what you do, so that people will know you. You may have someone who have a need about your services here in the audience. Let me start with you, Mr. Jofo.
Okay, so my company is Ednos IT Solutions, a cybersecurity company focused on providing cybersecurity solutions across the whole technology stack, from your applications to your people to your processes. In short form.
Thank you.
My name is AGK Ngene from InterSwitch, a division of InterSwitch called Systegua. Systegua is responsible for digital infrastructure and managed services business of InterSwitch. So all your payment processing infrastructure platforms are actually under our purview, and we ensure that you can seamlessly transact across borders. Thank you.
My name is Udwak Nelson Udo. I work with First Bank as the Chief Audit Executive. I'm also here representing Association of Chief Audit Executives of Banks in Nigeria, ACAIBIN. I'm the chairperson. And we have our members here. I can see some of them seated in the room as well. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
My name is Taye Awufinraye. I represent Trusted Advisors. We're a law firm. We provide services to players across the value chains in the tech space. We offer services to players, major players in the payment service sector, and we provide support for fintech as well as general players in the financial sector.
Thank you, sir. Good to have you. Also, let me start with EJK. Yes, InterSwitch. So, from your point of view, from your activities, how has the technology helped customers? The experience they've had so far. How has it helped them benchmark the experiences they're having through digital payments?
Okay, thanks for that question. Quite interesting. I think a lot of people that spoke before me perhaps actually laid the foundation for me to really answer the question. So if you look at the digital transformation that we've had in Nigeria over the past 20 years, it's actually been phenomenal, not just in Nigeria but across the world. What you find in a recent study by Deloitte did say that last year about 3 billion people globally would be able to transact, do retail banking on their smart devices. So what that means is you find out that customers of banks, are really transacting in various ways, new ways, through the digital channels. Of course, we all witnessed COVID. What COVID actually helped to accelerate, the movement of transactions, retail banking, payments, and all of that. To mobile devices and all the other smart devices, that you have. So that has really, changed the experience, of customers of banks. And you find that the brick and mortar banks are grappling with, with this transformation. Of course, a lot of them have had to move from brick and mortar to digital, bank. The traditional bank branches, no longer make sense because today people want to transact from wherever they are. It doesn't matter what part of the world I am. I need to be able to bring out my smartphone and be able to carry out my transactions. You also find that for a lot of people, they want their bank to really address their lifestyle. So you find a lot of banks, coming up with innovative solutions. Of course, at InterSwitch, we champion a lot of these solutions where you find banks, getting on these solutions to ensure that their customers, are able to transact with them. So in terms of customer experience and how the customers benchmark this experience with their banks, it's huge because I'm sure that no one in the room would want to transact with a bank that expects him or her at the bank branches, these days. So it's really transformed customer experience, and it will actually continue to do so. So banks now have to step up. We have, a lot of new banks that have come on board, digital banks that you really don't even know where their office is, and then you're able to transact. These solutions are also things that we widely provide in InterSwitch, and banks are able to latch onto them to digitalize their operations and offer seamless transactions to their customers.
Thank you so much. Okay, let me go to Taye. As someone who interfaces with fintechs, from your experience so far, do you think they've offered customers value in terms of giving them choice? Or are they confused? Are we getting confused in this space? Because most times the fintechs offer the same services, or sometimes just a tweak, and you'll be asking yourself, should I delete this app and go to the other app? What should I do? So have they offered us the choice, or are we just in a circle going round and round?
So I think the stage we are in fintech evolution in Nigeria is natural. A whole lot of fintech players are still doing copy and paste, and a whole lot of fintech players are also very genuine. Now, you're going to run into situations where people experiment with products. It's natural. And we're talking a mindset that is different from the regular bank. So there is the pressure to distinguish yourself from the brick and mortar, the usual business as usual model. So it is inevitable that people will come up with products that you scratch your head and wonder, what is this for? And then there is the element of people giving you information to also bring you into their system before they really reveal themselves. So I think the confusion, if I may answer the question, is inevitable at this point because we're evolving. But we can't categorize the entire fintech space as being deceptive. Some have attained maturity way ahead of the others in the sector. If we will get to the point where consumers actually occupy the position of strength, which is where the market force drives success and growth, then you will see some of them either in form of cannibalization or whatever. Some will give way to the other. But I think as a capitalist or people, I don't think there's a fintech space, player now that is marketing, even if they do, I don't think the objective is to be socialist. They are there to make money. So I think the market force will put everybody where they belong in the long run.
Okay, let me go to Mr. Odo. Before I come to your position as the president of ASUBIN, I want to ask someone from the financial industry, or the core banking industry. When you go to meetings, do you entertain fears that probably fintechs are going to take over your customers? Do you have that fear?
Not to the extent to which you feel the fear exists, but the threat, yes. And that's why the last presenters were talking about institutions, banks, instead of maybe like buying over, collaborating with fintechs, they are having their own thing, building from the scratch. To tell you that most institutions recognize that threat and started putting measures in place a long time ago. But that notwithstanding, almost all banks are collaborating with fintechs in one way or the other. Most of the products they offer are products from fintech, and they collaborate and share income. So the fear is not really there, but the awareness that they are a threat and they have to be taken cognizance of. That is more the picture.
Okay. Thank you. So let me go to you, Sejofon. Let's now go deeper into this discussion. They have spoken from the banker's point of view. Let's discuss as users now, the customers. So from the user perspective, do you think that you have enough security layers in the banking, in the digital payment system that can protect the users? Because these days we hear breaches happening. Banks declare profits, also declare losses in terms of fraudulent activities happening in the space. So what do you think?
Well, 10 years ago, if you have asked me this question, of course the answer would be a firm no, because reality was that the focus on the time was more of functional than security. So if a developer is building an application, the first thing he thinks about is if it is functioning according to business requirements, as against if it's functioning according to security requirements. So security was not built in, it was not like a thought at the beginning of every development practice. It was always as an afterthought. So 10 years ago, that would have been a firm no. But again, there has been awareness, so we will not disregard that. We would not also disregard the fact that more and more business owners are becoming aware of the implications of security as part of the application, because again, all of the whole thing that you talk about, most times it's always the applications that power up your business. So every single fintech that you have, it always has an application, whether it's running on the web, on the mobile, on desktop, that's actually powering that particular fintech. So again, business owners who are coming together, even investors who are even coming to come and invest, one of the major considerations for them will be what is the security that you have around your application. So yes, we have reached a level, but then we are not yet there. Because again, as a cybersecurity services provider, we interface with different fintechs, providing them PCI DSS services, ISO services. Again, we carry out assessments both for fintechs that run their workloads on the cloud and those on on-prem. Again, we're still seeing the fact that they are just putting the basic security things in place. The guys, the cyber attackers who are from the outside, they are evolving. There was a time, we talk about ransomware, for example. There was a time where it required a person who with a specific skill set to know how to build ransomware, which is just an application, to be able to encrypt people's data. Today, it's not the case. It's called ransomware as a service, where anybody, someone from normal person can go and pay for a ransomware service, and the person will just simply use that and launch an attack. So it's becoming more and more sophisticated, but we're not seeing the same approach of security from these fintech companies to match the evolving practices of cyber attacks, and that's one of the reasons why we have to continue to bring these things to the forefront for the fintech owners.
In the security architecture, who is the weakest link?
So we always speak about people. And so again, when we talk about assets, when we say secure the assets that power the business, which is always what we focus on, we speak about applications, which is at the forefront, which is like the thing that actually brings in the revenue. But most important, we speak about the people, the user, the persons within the organization. They are the most important in the organization as well as the weakest link in the application. Why do we say so? Because an organization can have the best of processes. An organization can have the best application. But when it comes to the person, when it comes to the people, you really cannot determine how a person is going to go. You can either start out as a good person and end up becoming bad, as a bad person and then becoming good, as a bad person end up becoming worse. So you can never know about the person. You can never know where he is. You can, all of us know the skill gap. You can employ a person today and next is thinking about going to Canada. You are busy creating a company plan, defining roadmap 2025. When my guy is thinking about going to Canada, so he's thinking somewhere. The person you're working with thinking another way. So again, we always try to focus on people. People are the most important assets in an organization. Developers, the people that are developing your code, the people that are creating these applications for you, as also the most important people in your organization as the front line of business.
Okay, before we're going to look deeper into that skill set in terms of cybersecurity, let me go to AGK. Recently, I've seen people go to banks, make noise, trying to do a sort of things, create drama. You guys will return my money today before I leave this banking hall. I'm not talking about the deductions, the legitimate deductions, but sometimes funded activities happen and people go to blame the banks. Now, I want to ask you, how difficult is it to to resolve or to detect fraudulent activities in terms of digital payments? How difficult is it?
Okay, thanks for that question. How difficult is it to detect fraudulent activities? I would say it's not so difficult. Now the difficulty really lies in the ability to be able to put together the set of tools and the expertise that you will need to be able to detect fraud. So a lot of the fraud detection tools are quite expensive. Apart from being expensive, you have to worry about the skill sets to be able to manage such solutions. And what you also find around us is you have a lot of legacy systems. Someone spoke earlier on where you actually find out that on some legacy systems you still have some default passwords and things like that around, and he spoke to people latch onto these things and they use them to commit fraud. And of course the biggest fraud actually is the insider fraud, because that's really what happens. So outside of the skill set and the issues around we have around the legacy platforms, you also then look at the motivation around even pursuing the detection of those fraudulent activities, tracing them. In Lagos State, for instance, what you find is if you wanted to block a fraudulent transaction, you would need a court injunction. right? And of course, we all know what that means. You will need at least about 48 hours to be able to obtain that court injunction. And of course, before you do that, the foster, has gone away. And apart from that, I think the last panel also spoke to it in terms of, people's ability to share information, that collaboration that we need, between the fintechs, between the banks, and all the players around the financial services and the transaction systems. That also needs to be in place, because you find out that somebody commits a fraud here, and then because there's that transparency and that reporting isn't really just there. We know that what is reported today is probably maybe 10 to 20% of what really happens. So because that is not there, you then find out that that same individual can move from that organization and go to another organization and commit the same kind of fraud. So these are some of the challenges that we see. What we've done in InterSwitch is to continuously invest in systems that help to manage detection of fraud and prevention, because if you're able to prevent it, then it doesn't really happen. So today we're moving beyond systems that are just rule-based. You can't withdraw more than 20,000, you can't withdraw more than 2 times, or you can't do this and that, to systems that use machine learning and artificial intelligence to actually then detect people's behavior, and use that. We spoke to this earlier on. There's a presentation. I think Madam asked a question around that. They align themselves to manage people's behavior, their transaction pattern, and because of that, they're able to mine a lot of information about these people, so much so that if your transaction pattern deviates, then of course that transaction wouldn't go through. Of course, we need to go beyond just blocking it, to also being able to inform the account owner that such a transaction is happening, which is what we do. So we have all these various systems in InterSwitch, which we also actually offer to our customers to help them manage fraud detection and monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me get to Mr. Odo. From your experience, from what you've seen so far, do you think we have enough hands, skilled personnel, to help, maybe from the banking sector, to help manage the situation? Because we see more of marketers. Then do you have the number of marketers out there? Do you have the same number in terms of security experts?
In terms of one-to-one or something like that? Not necessarily. Just like with Ejiofor was saying, that educate, that you'll be planning for a staff in future, creating organograms around them. Before you know one thing, the guy is thinking of going to Canada. Yeah. And because it's not just the banking sector, it's all the whole across sectors. Because we sometimes have vendors that we take on to manage one service or the other. Before you know one thing, some key persons have left. Some whole department will just leave and go to Canada. You now be wondering who is going to service, even from the vendor. So there's because of the need worldwide, so many things are going cashless. So there's that need of cybersecurity expert, IT skill hands everywhere. Most organizations are doing things remotely to try and get that service. So we just hope that with time, measures will be put in place individually, one way or the other, like a jigsaw puzzle coming together to make sure that gap is filled. And we just hope also Nigerians will brace up to fill that gap, because we have so many people who are skilled, but I don't know where the mindset of our youngsters are in terms of being channeled directly to, just like India was able to fill that IT gap some years ago, and they are doing so well worldwide in terms of IT. Nigerians, we have the numbers, but these guys, where are they? We just don't know where they are. So in Nigeria, the skill gap is, there's a wide skill gap, there's that dearth of skilled personnel in that area, and there's need to build them up.
Okay, maybe can you tell us where the people are?
Where are the people?
Yes.
You're heading there in Canada. But of course, we need to make deliberate effort as a country to continuously, train and retrain. I think we're not doing a lot of that. We churn out tens of thousands of graduates every year, ASO allowing, that's ASO strike allowing, we churn them out, right? But the culture of acquiring skills, it's still not there. We need to be able to do more. And one of the things, thankfully you asked this question, we've identified that issue in InterSwitch as well. So what we're doing now is what you can call internship program, where we pick up, graduates from universities and, put them through the system. We know that Canada will always be there. We know that UK is opening up. We know that a lot of other countries will continue to open up. But you need to have a mechanism to continue to train, retrain, and help people acquire skills that they can actually develop and use to contribute, to being able to manage all of the issues that we're discussing.
Okay, Taya, I'm coming to you, but before then, there's two questions I'm going to ask you, but before then, let me go to HO4. Still on the issue of skills, there was something that my auntie told me when I was growing up, when I was much younger. Said, the day you're going to get married, don't practice convert and marry. Make sure you go for the person you think. Convert and marry here means someone that is not within your thinking pattern, and you just believe that when they get married, they can convert her, she will do what I want to do. So the bad eggs we have, can we convert them and use them? The hush people of this world.
Okay, so that's a very dicey question. That's a very dicey one, because it's neither here nor there.
In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices, and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started.
The bad guys. Try to understand them. You will understand that most of these guys, you have most of skilled people who are there providing services. They run an empire there. So you have a lot of people running an empire. The truth is that it even takes, there is more revenue from the dark web than there is from the normal web. So you have guys who are skilled in carrying out unethical practices who are in the dark web, generating more revenue than if they are carrying out normal investment. Right? So if you see that happen, if you see guys who are creating ransomware service providing to banks, you see guys who contact and employees of organizations, tell them that they are going to give them a percentage to be able to install this particular malware, they can use to access the particular product that they're trying to apply. So what you normally do in cases like this is to try to see ways in which you can bring this one to we will run ethno cyber security network. The hub is targeted for young ones, especially ones that have interest in particular habits. Right? This is the thing. For them in Nigeria, the Yahoo boys. Really, most of them are talking on those who are really, I'm not just those who are just doing things, people like lightning, right? Those who are really skilled in carrying out these tasks. We target these ones. We first of all try to create awareness mindset, instead of awareness mindset in their mind. We help them to understand that as soon as much as this is actually being exercised, we can actually make much revenue in a simple way. Because the thing is about the money. Whether you like it or not, it's always about the money. We talk about people who are living here. I mean, why do they live? One, majorly is about the money. And of course, the other one is about the environment, the standard of living. But again, it's always about the money. So you have to present that again to them and
So in as much as we are trying to create revenue from doing unethical way, we can try to create as much revenue, as much money, doing it in ethical way. Present it to the clients that we have, the customers, those who are working on, who have worked with the AWS, they kind of have experience for these things and who are operating on this cloud platform. We have a lot of experience with analytical guys. So we try to create in our mind that we can actually technically work on the people who are having their work. Carry out an assessment for them practically, present to them the content, so you can get that revenue. You can give your perspective from every engagement or any assessment that you have. And you see, some of the people this is that and then they can have that change of mindset. The skills are still the same, because the change of mindset, we're just trying to help them.
Thank you so much. Okay, before let me call on this colleague who have joined us. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We can hear us, we can't hear you.
I can hear you well. I can hear you very well.
Is it you, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. We're happy to have you speak to us this afternoon.
Good afternoon. My apologies are different. Thank you to the business day for bringing me up. Shall I make my
yes, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for sharing my comment. Speaking on behalf of the administration of management media relations, there are talk about three things I'd like to talk about. One is at African level, we want to emphasize and recognize that the important that we need to talk and use digital capacity. That is the only way we think we are going to get to the future. And that's why it's important for a while. Many of our businesses are never knowing the situation is. So no one is more interested in this issue of fraud and integrity of giving trust to infrastructure than the mobile money operators and themselves. The second thing I'd like to talk about is that it's important, of course, when it comes to the market penetration of ownership, that we get the market and trust rewarded as much as the market. Because in the instance, the financial wallet in the market at the lower end of the market has a larger experience safety. So one of the things we want to see that cost of protection on a partner in a larger is that as we discuss the four different services that we should not wallet is no less serious than just like market management, the lower end of the market, and it's a problem that we need to that we need to talk and enable many more to come to the market. And that's where with a 50% banking penetration in Nigeria, we are 2022. Only and less than 2%, going just about 2% every 2 years, and means that we really need to use trust in our digital wallet across all our services. That's the only way we can get 50% of Nigeria to national. So what do we need to do to address this problem? For us, the biggest thing to do about trust and trust is to enable digital identity to be more inclusive and more pervasive. The foundation of all security guys are talking about that one. But as our own kind of this is to make the great infrastructure clear what they are doing, what they are intending, and why they do kind of thing. We can stop digital identity and carry it to a geolocation system. When we fix my view, up to 60% of many of these transactions for one. So the problem for all of us, not just for our state, within substitute all of us. What are we going to do to create working NIMC and others out there to create a more pervasive which are investing in Nigeria. High also to the two locations where no one can stop. People need to take that. We will fix that in our view. We will solve 60-70% of the core problem in our electric system manufacturing. And therefore, it is a fact that we want to fix everyone. We as the assembly, we want to work with all the identity innovation players out there so that we can solve the problem. So once again, let me, on behalf of our team, commend business needs and all of us have in fact, we need to make media and services a citizen right here. Because anyone without a citizen without education is like a citizen of a boy. We fix that problem, then fix the core problem, especially out of the 50 media and services everyone can access food wherever they are, wherever they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And we believe that you're still with us because we have more further questions to ask you. Thank you so much for the remarks you made now. Let me come to Harriet. From a corporate advantage point of view, looking at the part of this issue, hopefully legislation of something to take that time to fix our security of the pension for you anything to do with the digital fraud. Now, what are some of the issues that often come up when you are dealing with the clients in terms of the area of digital payment and fraud?
Thank you very much for the question. I think it goes back to issues in relationship. Like one of the panelists mentioned, what is at stake here is money, right? And because it's a very central factor in everything we do, there seems to be a whole lot of going on. Now, there is a change. Let's go back to the customer of the bank. This guy lives perpetually in the design industry. He doesn't know what's going on. So let's say you are taking this Fed Bank to open an account. Behind that relationship, Fed Bank goes to interest rate, and interest also goes to expenditure, right? That change, if anything happens, it is possible. What we've seen is that something happens at the interest rate as a service provider, and someone gets access to the customer's data. That could have crippling effect on the customer. So what we realize is that customer, because he lives in the user interface, that's all the access. He just gets notification, and that's what is best is what you mentioned, how people pay the app. Now, there are two sides to address this. You have the relationship between the two, where all sorts of dynamics. I have a service level agreement, minimum level of people and expect. When they develop, when your process and group develop, you have what is called 0-day right? I, as a consumer, need to know that, yes, there's no software or development, right? But I need to have the trust involved in that the money I have in the first place is not going to get wiped away because somebody is looking on sincerity and ability. Maybe in an ideal world, it's not in time, within 24 hours, right? But someone has helped. And then you have a situation where one guy in Eastern Europe or even in Nigeria and start away money. Now, the complexity of it is also on the fact that the customer is often the same guy. So when you have a debt to the first thing your bank will tell you, not a compromise. Now, if we don't begin to target back to that point, we have a problem. It is not so in Nigeria because we regulate it. It's very in the sense of the EU and the rest of them are more particular. we are saying, at the top level, high level of data, let's add the media. It goes beyond that. The entire internet sector is there. We have the network and information system on its own. We have the developer system. So this is what happens. Someone develops it, sells it. You have a whole group of teams. That's the human factor that is even if that software is perfect and you've extracted so much, that human element still comes and it can mess up. Take for example authorization. I have authorization to allow ADK to withdraw or to put 1 billion naira demand or so on. If I do that and I have this Python, it needs to transform and end up in time. Who is responsible for setting this authorization and what is impacting and the control and check? So if we're going to say addressing this problem, it's a mix of what we have now is essentially not much is being done on the road. So stakeholders, especially the big guys in the sector, the banks and the service providers, need to do a lot more in tightening that.
Okay, sir. The second question to that is different program we had that advocate for the review of the cybercrime act or cases. What do you think? Do you think that because I think we covered this case talking about do you think we do for review?
So one of the things I think is how we people want to send some yes. I think you are then doing but the truth is what we have, trust me, what we have in that law today is not equal. Even capture the low level of maturity that we have. And I'll tell you, you see, I'm not advocating for strict liability, but when you say, if you look at the offense stipulations, it basically says intention. If you go back to your case, do you know, if you've read, I don't know if you've read it, but if you've read the investigation, I can tell you, Nigeria cannot, it's not as practice. And how you impute intention to people, it's not for them to come out and say, hey, I did it, I wanted to. No. You go forensic. You call this person on so day. Most of the communication the gentleman even made were in court. So, you have an officer spending years following the money, following trips, and following conversations. And we now have a cybercrime act that says, even if you do it, we should wait to establish that. The reason why we did it was because we wanted to. Except we have people who will come out and say, yes, I wanted to destroy. I don't think we have it and the resources actually utilize that law. In between strict liability and something more objective, we need to work out a more effective one. I think, yes, the move by the Senate commendable. But we also express the expectation that there is no one out there who doesn't want to make a contribution. And I said, that should make it, it's a beautiful one because it means you have a democratized your space in that way. So do we believe that it needs to be amended? Absolutely. And God saves us from the government.
Okay, thank you. From the NDPR point of view, can we do anything? Can we help us at all? Like what you're saying, is NDPR as well as is it up to date? Is it up to that?
Well, I would expect a polite for even, coming up with such a regulation. It's, of course, I always see the NDPR as simply that follow up on NDPR
it. Because it may somehow copy and paste, but it's good. The investor is not going to go for it. What we have seen at the end of the day is that NDPR has been taken and added to the long list of compliances that people have to do. And again, people are just seeing it as another compliance check. That's essentially what has happened. The real practice of protecting the personal identifiable information of people has still not happened. So we find that and this is something again we like to engage with all of this CBN and all our regulators. We just end up having a long list of compliances. There's a lot, and every day they keep coming out one. It's harming the fintech. The fintech today, for you to set up a fintech, one of the first things you have to go and do is license and PC license. You have to go and tick all the boxes. Make a PCI get a check, IC check, NDPR check. Just different. And that's what NDPR and come to come and do. So beyond the regulation, all right. One of the things that I believe this minister has done, and I think they started that initiative this year. They began reaching out to the different data protection compliance organizations, where Ethnic is one of them. So they start to carry out awareness on data privacy across even to school. So we're part of that initiative. We actually, and that was a good one. And again, one of the things some form of contribution back to NITA would be to take elements of this data protection and enshrine it into the business as usual for the different organizations. So we want a case where not just that the part of the DPCO has come to command of organization and provided a report. We want a case where NITA has mandated that every month or there has to be a submission of, okay, we as a fintech, we as a data controller, for example, I'm supposed to even audit myself, but not to submit my own report too. So because it's a business as usual, it becomes a practice for me as an organization, and not just merely a way of following compliance. So yes, NITA has begun an initiative, but I believe that there is still more to be done to enshrine those elements of data protection into the business as usual as a different organization.
Okay, thank you so much. So before I come to Mr. Uzo, to look at possible tips you should be looking out for, especially from the customer point of view, let me ask you guys, what does Pulse look like in wallet?
What I took was why I was surprised to see that was usually the challenge of both wallet would be a company to make money or one account to the other, or it could be conduit to partner. That's largely the issue around wallet. And that's why we said that for us, the simplicity of our own kind of business, the best way to manage it is maybe to ensure that we know the customer very well. But not just the job of identity, and identity that we can track, we can work with larger ecosystem, track that identity to geolocate so that whatever situation that the wallet needs to track through the customer, if we fix that, we will make our strength and to dealing with some of the policies.
Okay, sorry, a follow-up question to that. You said from the telecom background, we have USSD, which runs on 2G network, and we have the smart, digital payment system that works on 4G and rest of them. 5G is coming. So, but this is a personal observation. I think with USSD, we have lesser fraud cases than using per app for payment. Is that true? Do you have lesser challenges with USSD?
You may be right in the sense that the strength of the app may also be written. The app is much more richer and more sophisticated interface compared to USSD. Why that is delivered in this technology, which potentially could be used by the bad guys will do what they want. Yeah, so you may be right to solve to some extent, you may be right, and of course, the fear yourself you have got limited strategies. It also means that strong visibility. When you move to 5G technology, you do much more. As you pull back, therefore you do much more, you do much more. So this will be so moving. But what is that the same rule will apply? But going back to something like position, all of us in Nigeria, how do we get digital identity to be more inclusive, to be more accessible to every Nigerian, wherever they are? And we can try that to concept of relocation, solution, working with NIST, where we can actually track where people are and so on. We speak to a lot of this stuff on the side of the UI organization.
Thank you. Okay, let me come to this later. What trends do you look at for? I mean, it's customers. So, and the area of cyber threats, everything like payments. So, what should they be looking at?
Okay, maybe one thing again for the business of the company point of view, and then the brand point of view. Maybe look at the business point of view. My friend from industry here talked about solutions that could do as much as AI type then the behavior of the customer so as to have certain rules in place. Something like if a customer is not used to the type of spending, see the type of spending in his account to stop it. But stopping it, I think going further to say that you now call, so there will be a governance process in place. Otherwise, when you have an institution that does millions of transactions per second, and then you just practice, you have a problem with that. When you now have transactions being stopped, so there's some kind of governance process. Then you also talk about other things like employee monitoring tools, apart from customer monitoring, because we talked about the insider threat is very serious. Insider threat, and your insider threat is not just your vendors, their staff, but also sell the data of the company that they serve. So, because the climate we live in Nigeria is something very serious. The culture, the attitude, the ethic, the mindset. You just sometimes have to be very careful to put so many things in place to monitor that. The businesses too also talk about data analytics tools you can have. Something that will help you, pick out things, pick online money, and then you respond to it behind. Then in terms of customers, that's individuals. We talked about people taking care, guard their have strong password, be mindful of few things, downloading free app, you go to the site, see free hotspot, also just stealing the information something you don't know. And that's why I see some customers sometimes, you mentioned about the digital banks, start shouting, I won't leave here, you're taking my money, no bank staff will take your money, but one way or other you've lost your sensitive data substance and that used to stay for you. Not talk about when you go, some young guys go drinking or go playing cards or playing with some friends, drop your phone with your friend. That's your phone, particularly if your friend knows it. You can take it as well and do something like that. Get the OTP and say, conclude, you drop your phone. The next minute you go to the bank and start shouting after taking your money. You don't know how it happened. So there are several things that are happening. The ease of doing channel business, convenience in banking. So it's for your convenience. If you are not careful in using it, your friend, your child, your brother, your sister, your spouse, even use it to loan money for you. That's putting a good mentor.
and then drop your phone for you. The next thing you got anything to come my feel and things like that. Thank you so much, sir. So if you share,
what is Chairman, my apologies. I need to leave.
No problem. Appreciate it so much. Thank you. Before I open the mic for one or two questions I want to ask, sometimes, let me give an instance. I was in Lagos here and I wanted to transaction to my account somewhere in Delta State. So I went to the bank and I complained. And at the end of the day, whoever had done it, so that incident to that account. And it was resolved. But that's because I told up. Sometimes when something happens to you on the way and you call your account officers to help you to log the account or do something, sometimes some of them are confused, don't know. I want to know how trained or how skilled are these people who are given the opportunity to go on the counter, the people who work with them, those who don't have the phone number of the account officers, go to the banks and complain. Sometimes before they can even see the form to do everything, those things have been wiped out. So in terms of training now, so how skilled are these guys?
Well, it's difficult to say because what you get in one institution might be different from what you get in the other. But I spoke to the fact that we must train and continue to train our people. I mean, there are standards. So from ISO to all of the different standards, they expect, and for you to be able to pass and continue to maintain your certification across those standards, they expect that your staff members are trained on a regular basis. And, they are supposed to, go through certain training courses, pass those courses, and then you need to demonstrate, that these staff members actually, go through those courses and pass them before you can keep your certification. So I think it's just a call to everyone to not just educate the account officer, but to educate the customers. Because a lot of customers operate very little, social engineering, and because of as a result, of course, there is a lot of money. So we must train, continue to bring the right kind of awareness across, the customers, just so that we can go on that and be able to mitigate, some of the threats that we face.
So much. So, we have questions. Okay, I want to give priority to the ladies because we have to look for the panel.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for this opportunity. Actually, we get to ask this question. And my first question will be coming back to the SBM now. Is the truth. Most of these fraud we find in the banking space is actually compounded by the attitude in the banks of always pointing their fingers on the customers. And I think that's very wrong. You might have your reasons, but then someone has suffered a loss. There's a need for you to empathize and actually see it to a logical conclusion. Instead of just jumping on their face, oh, you have compromised, you have done that. He just do like that. And I have loads of that I can give to you. There are limitations most of the time. For instance, you have a limit of 100,000 naira per day. And then I'm somewhere, my account was worth 1 million, 2 million, is taken out of an account that has a limit of 100,000 naira per day. And then you're still saying that it's the customer's fault. Please, let's get to doing more diligent inquiries, before dumping anything. And that makes people really angry, and if possible, they want to be out of the banking industry. That's not fair, and we should work on that. The second point is on education. We talk about compliance. People are complying without even understanding why they are complying, what are the elements that they need to be into. And so once a parameter changes, they are lost. And you talk about education and education. I think we need to look at the content of the so-called education. The third point is on the security of the name. Everybody was happy with the whole BVN, with the NIN, is able to take up until now. So much fraud is going ongoing. What do you call it? Banditry is ongoing. People are being kidnapped for ransom. This money goes out of the system and comes back into the system. Unfortunately, we have not been able to identify or prosecute anyone. There are new cases. We have the information. What are we doing to improve technology? But it's not helping us. It's not helpful. Track fraudsters, track criminals. And I think I want to know what we're doing to improve that. Thank you very much.
So just one more question. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe let me just speak on that. And the first one with respect to institution. I think the question was more with respect to what advice to customers. So it's not that the banks are not, because when we talk about and we talk about insider, not just data, but vendors, we could also have this kind of things happening. But we've had situations whereby we go back to viewing CCTV. We have the situation where some people go to ATM to want to withdraw, and the fraudster is just there, say, let me help you, and allow the person. At the end of the day, they keep the person in the field, they say, take the card and we going through. The next thing you start seeing that he's thinking he's holding his own card, but his card has been trapped and it's being stolen, and somebody took it to another place and start it. He comes to the bank, start crying, I need my money, stolen. We now say no problem. What happened? We now looked at the CCTV and now found out that the card was trapped. In some cases, the new card we brought was trapped by the system and kept. And it's over the weekend. The next Monday, it comes to say, somebody has taken my card in the bank because the card was trapped. Not knowing that his own card has been swapped because the fake card he was trying to put between and the machine trapped it. So, but we have several instances where inside the bank is also involved. And CBN is there to also help. And also bank is will respond in most cases. Sometimes it takes a lot of time, not that fast, because you have to do your due diligence. But we've also had customers themselves who defraud themselves and come to sue you. They are dead. They are, in fact, you have also, so you have to investigate. But there are some genuine people, like you mentioned, who are also called victim and ultimately that, but maybe not with this, depending on the amount of question. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dinesh, for this opportunity. We are talking about the issue of payment, and so I can boldly say that we are talking about the future of fraud, because we are looking at the emerging segment as far as payments and collection on this concern. And then I want to believe that each and every one of us who may particular objective, particular areas, we will have something to look at, so that as we are returning back to the organization, we can maybe in a way so that it is what I picked out in the conference I went to. So my question is going to be centered on prevention of fraud, not physically protection, because we agree with me that what we're going for is fraud detection and then prevention would have been better. Now that we are having a major segment, it's going to give you a whole lot of fraud activity, because I can see that as we are here talking about the future of payments, these guys are also out there talking about the future of fraud, how to buy into the system and all of that. So it's going to be a long way to help if we have certain insights, we have certain data, we have certain what we call information to really think into possible solutions that we have in the various organizations to monitor transactions, detect fraud, prevent fraud. So if we have maybe such information insight that will improve the machine learning and the algorithm or the calibration that we use in designing this solution, I think it will go a long way for us. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a clarification there to you. All right.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mogusi Ashagode. I'm the Chief Audit Executive of Zenith Bank. Thank you, panelists. I've listened attentively to what you said, but I'm just here to clarify one statement. I think in the course of your presentation, one of the panelists did say that you need 48 hours before a bank can place the hold on your account. That's incorrect. You even court injunction, you don't need court injunction. Once you inform a bank that a fraudulent transfer, erroneous transfer of business contract transaction has occurred, the bank has an obligation, first of all, to hold that fund and then contact his customer. There is a time limit by which you must prove that that transaction actually is a fraudulent transaction or an erroneous transfer or business contract transaction before you release such money if the reporter could not provide concrete evidence. Then secondly, when you're talking about how to escalate fraud when fraud has happened, you did mention about educating the customers and maybe the attitude of the bank staff. There is equally a need for all banks to have a code that you, the customer, can dial instantaneously. Even if your phone has been stolen, you take another phone, each bank has a code. When you dial it, because not every time, you rely on individuals to intervene. You dial that code, I have my bank code, or GT has his bank code, so you dial it, and then your account will be restricted immediately. So that the next day you now go to the bank and to disable other channels that are thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. So I heard one of the panelists mention that most of the fraud solutions we have out there are very expensive, and that's true. So my question is, we've seen organizations, whether banks or fintechs, who have, because of costs, are managing maybe legacy systems, and these are not helpful to their customers and to them as an institution. So my question is, in terms of priority, what would you prioritize? Because I know that most of these tools are modularized. So you have part of it monitoring secure payment, cards, mobile, user profiling, behavioral monitoring, or application monitoring. So for the banks and the fintechs, what do you prioritize in terms of what is important to you? Maybe you see that this is where most of the fraud is coming in, whether it's insider threat, whether it's on payment. So how do you prioritize them in terms of what you're trying to protect and the modules you send them?
Right. Okay. Let me take preventive methods for fraud. The one talked by Mr. Institute, I'll just mention his company name if I forget it. It's quite key. And then you now talk about it's expensive, so you now say, what do you prioritize? But that is one of the things, all those fraud monitoring tools will help you to a large extent. You can call it detection, but depending on how you set your parameters, you could prevent. But other key preventive moves like those governance rules set lay down your change control procedure, your onboarding of vendors, your training, as we talked about. Your reason being here is part of the training. Training is awareness of what is happening. And then another most important thing is risk assessment. The risk assessment will also help in young people discussing what do you prioritize. Because if you assess your risk, you now know where your strength is, where your weakness lies, the resources you have, those things that will hinder the ultimate objective. And then your level of risk appetite that you want to take in any business. So now say, okay, I can do well with these losses. But this other loss, no, it's a no good. I need to avoid it or I need to treat it, mitigate it to some extent. So, to a large extent, preventive mode comes up with how you assess where you're from. Like, if you look at your network, this strategy is very weak. You say you don't have money to procure things. You know, so, okay, what do I need to put in place to mitigate whatever risk that may happen with that particular stuff? You may not have the capability you have to do all those things. That's why you have some vendors, service providers. Bring them in. You might spend some money, maybe not as much as, but you have a particular aim in mind. They will assess the organization and help you know what you can put in. And probably some cheaper software that you can use so that you don't need a Rolls Royce, depending on the level of operation that you are going. Otherwise, you just buy something very big. At the end of the day, you don't need as much as what you've put in. But one thing that really matters in preventing fraud is you have been able to assess your operation, and then you know what you actually need and put them in place. There are various fraud prevention modes, which are not, some are IT related, but some are not IT related. Some are just people things, people you onboard, the type of staff you have, the attitude, background checks, and all that.
Thank you so much. Okay, talking about the future of, you made mention about what's the future. Just before you make comments, so what do you think about that, the future of fraud in the payments space?
Okay, yeah. So it's going to evolve. Like he mentioned, the focus now will be on, of course, identity theft. The focus will be on access controls, data loss. Again, if you notice the trends, especially when I will always talk about the way applications are developed in recent times, especially the fintechs who are developing these applications. You know, in the past we used to develop this, we used to use this monolithic architecture, and now we are now making use of microservices into containers, and then making use of APIs so that one module broken does not affect the others. This structure of building applications actually reduced a couple of vulnerabilities, like of course injection vulnerabilities, but also exposed other vulnerabilities like access control. So again, you're going to be looking at issues relating identity and access management. You're going to be looking at issues concerning data loss, and this is why you will also have to up your own game. I just want to talk about her too, that spoke about fraud tools. The truth is that whatever you see as a fraud solution, they are expensive. That's right. But then again, I would not advise against starting to block or starting to prevent things. The way the solutions work, they have to acquire so much data feed into them. You want to be able to make them to see all of your data, and then you can begin to determine what is even important to you based on machine learning, based on the way they see your different transactions coming from a different e-channels. That's a key element, because you don't want to start preventing things, because at the end of the day, you finally end up preventing even legitimate transactions. Typically, when you are going to the markets to shop for a fraud monitoring solution, you will always start with determining, running a proof of value, or what they call a proof of concept. A proof of concept helps you to even try to even monitor all of the different transactions from your different e-channels. It is based on that proof of value that you cannot determine where or which location, whether it's from a payment, whether it's from a card, whether it's from a mobile, whether it's from a web, that you are seeing those illegitimate transactions coming in. Then you cannot go back to the vendor and say, okay, let us now focus on this. Okay, I'm only going to pay for this particular one based on what we have seen, based on the monitoring. So we're not going to pay for this particular one, and then we can start preventing or start blocking. So focus should be for identity access management, data losses, fraud monitoring, engaging vendors, engaging service providers like Ethnos too, can provide you that kind of free proof of value where you can be able to monitor all of your channels first, identify all of the data feeds, then now determine based on machine learning the different behaviors or the different transactions, and then we can now see, okay, this is the pattern that we are now seeing. The pattern is the legitimate transactions we are now seeing, the anomalies we are seeing now is only coming
on a single device or through a single account. That's in a way, except, I mean, especially if it's now multi-level, depending on what you require, what it basically means is, except the person has hijacked the entirety of your life,
they may not be able to conclude transactions behind your back. That's where we are today, but you just never know what ingenuity will bring tomorrow with respect to, because what you find in the fraud space is the moment you devise a measure, then the guys are also cooking up something to counter. So from the customer side, I think right now, the two-level authentication stuff still works, but it's not yet fully embraced. I don't think all the banks have done that, but the few are actually migrating to that. Then on the bank side, I think a lot needs to go into the exchange between what goes on behind the scene. You as a customer, you continue to live on the user interface, but behind it, there is an exchange of SOPs, service levels that are supposed to be observed. I think if they tighten this bit, we can get into a more proactive and helpful state. But what you will find when people are negotiating these contracts is they tell you, that's how we do it. So even if you're trying to say, no, put this measure in place or extract this level of comfort from a service provider, you are the first that they will walk out from the room. So except we address that in a tough like Nigeria, where you don't really have tight regulations, it will still be playing the same game, especially with respect to internal threats. Internal threats is still, I think the fraud attributed to internal threat is still higher because they move in bulk. When somebody is taking, we've had instances where people take 2 naira, 3 naira from, millions of accounts, they aggregate and they exit. We've had that in the past. And then this speaks to integrity and the trust cycle we're trying to, talk about. If I can't take my money to your bank and close, say, oh, they've done what they need to, or I walk into your bank, I see willing people, at the end of the day, the integrity of the bank and the bank itself will be the one to suffer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, gentlemen, for this, for giving your thoughts on this topic, and this wonderful audience. I want to appreciate you so for following through. Thank you so much.
In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever.
Here we go. So without further ado, I just want to call CSE Nuru Buhari Dahatu, Head Digital Forensics Unit, Advanced Fee Fraud, Section 1, EFCC Lagos Command. Please, if you're here. Calling on Nuru Buhari Dahatu, Head Digital Forensics, Advanced Fee Fraud, Section 1, EFCC, Lagos Commander. And the next is AIG. I think that's a representative from the AIG. AIG Belel AU, FCID, Alagbon Nigeria Police Force. Yes. A round of applause as it comes forward.
Are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices, and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices.
Oh, I know. I thought that was a presentation you were supposed to make. Yes. It's on, I think.
Good afternoon, all. My name is DCP Ayola Jala from the 4CID Annex, Alagbon Close, Lagos. I'm here to represent my AIG. So permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I have a paper to be presented, and the title is Future of Payment and Fraud, Conference 2002, Building a Collaborative Firewall Against Fraud. It gives me great pleasure to participate as a panelist on the topic titled Building a Collaborative Firewall Against Fraud, being one of the topical subjects sought by the organizers of Business Day's Future of Payment and Fraud Conference 2002, with the captivating theme, Catching the Next New. My own understanding of the topic under discussion is how to check the rising cases of frauds in the banking system. Without doubt, financial fraud in recent times has become prevalent, pervasive, and virulent. For instance, on 10th April 2010, Punch newspaper reported at page 20, the Nigerian banks lost 41 in 2009. On 17th October 2011, at page 40 of the same paper, quoting NDIC annual report, revealed that Nigerian banks lost 21.29 billion to fraud in 2010. Again, on 22nd July 2021, at page 20 of the same Punch newspaper, reported that banks in Nigeria lost 5.8 billion. In addition, just last year, 2021, Daily Sun newspaper of 1st March 2021, in its editorial, revealed that a report by the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System showed that banks in Nigeria lost related banking services. Also, from some of the cases handled by the police, it has been observed that 3 levels of fraud are common in the payment system. These include internal fraud, where bank staff with access to information technology such as system and database conspire with others to perpetrate fraud. This is what is popularly referred to as insider abuse. There is also the external fraud perpetrated by people outside the banking industry, e.g. the notorious Yahoo Yahoo, and the social engineering techniques. All these contribute to fraud in recent times. From the foregoing, it is crystal clear that the vulnerability of the banking industry to fraud is aggravated by advancement in information technology that opens new possibilities in banking operations to criminals and fraudsters, as well as inadvertently exposing the banking sector to the emerging trends in payment fraud. Consequently, the situation not only increased the burden on regulators, supervisors, and law enforcement agencies to bring their best to bear in tackling the menace, but also accentuates the need for the building of a collaborative firewall against fraud by all relevant stakeholders in order to ensure stability in the banking sector. To accomplish this laudable mission, we recommend the following measures: an action plan which may assist in tackling the problem frontally. Accordingly, we urge banks to: 1, rise to the challenge of tightening their security systems so that fraudsters will not have access to them. This includes due diligence in staff recruitment process to avoid insider abuse and collusion, because a number of sensitive bank fraud cases currently being investigated reveal complicity by bank staff, including former staff, especially those in the IT section. Proper background checks and profiling of staff and other people engaged or employed to work for banks is extremely important. Some recent trends in bank frauds reveal that internal collusion by insiders in the banks who know the working of the computers and e-banking nuances such as password, digital signatures, encryption, decryption, and the general information technology of banks. So e-banking fraudsters from outside often team up with some disloyal insiders, such as existing bank staff, retired, retrenched, removed, or other ex-staff like computer programmers, software experts, information technology specialists, technicians, and other experts employed on contract basis to install, maintain, or repair e-banking systems used in the banks. Similarly, temporary or contract staff, disgruntled, negligent, obliging, inexperienced, and ignorant employees may pose a great risk to banks. 2, enhance cybersecurity policing, monitoring of their systems and operations for the protection of critical infrastructure. Of recently launched of the Nigeria cybersecurity system. They should, for instance, install including ATM points. Recently, a set of bank staff in Port Harcourt readers / encoder machines they go to their accomplice. The accomplice used the first fraudulent ATM cards to withdraw millions of naira from through an ATM installed in a hotel premises. The ATM point had no camera, but luckily for the investigators, the hotel itself had a CCTV surveillance camera. The footage were rolled back, and it was discovered that for almost 2 months, a particular red Toyota car took a lady to the machine to make withdrawals. Through the number plate of the car, the lady was arrested, and she led investigators to the out of company, most of who, including the lady, were bank staff. The success in busting the case was largely due to the surveillance camera in the hotel premises, but the bank that owned and installed the ATM machine failed to equip it with a camera. This, therefore, underscored the need for banks to invest in enhancing cybersecurity in their day-to-day operations. Three, cultivate whistleblower policy and mainstream into their operations. Then ensure that they have adequate technical support in their organizations and employ security specialists and experts to monitor the electronic processing of e-banking and other sensitive transactions. Banks should constantly run security checks with virus software, firewalls, and antivirus software. Banks should firewalls and antivirus software are designed to act as a shield against hackers' attempt to penetrate a secure network. Taking prompt action. Once fraud is detected, and that takes minimum of 10 days, 10 working days, not 2 days. And this delay is a problem. That's the point we're trying to make here. So we are trying to see if there could be a kind of collaboration between the courts, that's the judiciary, the banks, and the law enforcement. I know what led to the new system is the problem of abuse that has been abused to a very large extent. But that notwithstanding, that 10 to 12 or 14 days for that PND to be processed and to be done is too much. So there should be a way, maybe due to this collaboration, a way be found so that they can bridge that gap.
What are the challenges you face in the prosecution of fraudsters and all that?
Challenges, there are numerous, except you specify.
Okay, just give like two of them that you face. Aside from this delay in the judiciary, what others from where you get them and to where you take them to the court? How does that go? What's the process like?
The process is this. Not like, you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes.
So the onus is on you as the prosecutor to do a diligent job. Then also need, the onus is on you as the investigator to do a diligent job. Then the diligence in investigation has to also be extended to the prosecution. Because if a case is properly investigated and poorly prosecuted, it will take you nowhere. So both investigation and prosecution, both investigator and prosecutor must be serious with their work.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm a lawyer, and I would like to speak about the issue of the judiciary. Last year, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court said that there were 128,000 cases pending at the Federal High Court that only has about 75 judges. So each judge has about 70-something thousand cases on its neck. So that is the first problem. The volume of cases pending at the court is ridiculous. And until we are able to revamp, I've been listening to all the sessions since morning. We've been talking about cybercrime, the Cybercrime Act. We need to make an overhaul of it. Look, we don't need new laws in Nigeria. We have enough laws. Just on this issue of payment and fraud, we have the Cybercrime Act, we have the EFCC Act, we have the data protection regulations, we have the CBN. We have so many regulations, we have regulatory bodies that can do so many things, until I know that if I do something wrong, there is punishment that can be meted out at me quickly. Until I know that that happens, I will not be serious. So there's something people say in Nigeria that, the God of the Bible and the God of the Quran is too patient. Let me go through Shango because Shango will answer me instantly. Now let's take it back to the judiciary. When I know that when there's an issue or if I'm accused of committing fraud and the EFCC picks me up or the police picks me up, it will take about 5 to 10 years or even more before they can finally get the conviction to put me in jail. Then what are you talking about? In 5 to 10 years, I can become a politician, become a senator, get immunity by becoming a governor, and then nobody can touch me again, which is what is currently going on in Nigeria. So if you look at someone like Hush Puppy, look at what has happened in Dubai and in US when he was being captured and is being prosecuted, and bring it back home to Nigeria. There's so many people who have been accused of the same thing that Hush Puppy has been doing, who are walking around the streets freely. So until the judiciary is overhauled, all this speaking about let the banks put things in place, put security checks, blah, 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 people will continue to abuse them because we are human beings. This is a human being that thought of the idea to put that security check. Another human being will take an idea to break that system. But when there is a sanction, there is a punishment that is quick, meted out against such people, we're not going anywhere.
Let me ask you, you're talking about the overhauling of the judiciary. Do you also think sometimes it may not be their fault, given that, there's a lot of pressure you've mentioned, but I happen to see what the CJN is paid. It's not up to 300,000 naira in a month.
In fact, I was
the Court of Appeal justices earn about 230,000 naira in a month. And then the Chief Justice, as in the
Judges
Federal
of the
High
High
Judges, yes, they earn about 100 and something thousand naira in a month. And that has not been reviewed since 2000 and I think 2009 or 2000 about. And they're waiting for Malami to come and review it to solve the problem. So do you think there's a lot of expectations from an institution that is underworked?
Okay, so I mean, beautiful.
Overworked and underpaid.
Underpaid. Fantastic. So I tell people, look, I'm a judge, I'm earning maybe even 1 million a month. There's a payment fraud case of about 200 million. I mean, come on. I have 3 kids who are in university, and things. No matter how much I want to show my integrity, there's that pressure on the judiciary, which is why you hear things like one judge is collecting bribes somewhere and things like that. Now let's put that aside. The problem with the judiciary, 2 things, and a lot, but I'll identify 2 things. One is funding. The judiciary has been underfunded by the country. And I don't know why that's the case. And we need to revisit that. The allowance, at some point, the courts were on strike. When the courts are on strike, the system has collapsed completely. That's one angle. Then another issue with the judiciary is in terms of training. So these things we're discussing here, by the time you bring these issues of payment fraud and things like that before the courts, a lot of times the courts don't even understand what they're saying. They're speaking gibberish to them because what they know is Evidence Act, the Constitution, and those old archaic laws. So I was telling someone that even this Cybercrime Act is not going to get developed until you start getting judicial pronouncements that are making sense. Then it's those judicial pronouncements that we'll use to try and develop the Cybercrime Act. So it's been underfunded, and I think the country is, firstly, it's not even generating enough revenue. So where is the money to even increase funding? Maybe we have to look at things like grants, and I don't know what we're going to do about that.
Let me ask you, looking at this topic is about building a collaborative firewall. And over time, we've talked about there's a lot of firewalls and all that. How thick should this firewall be? Like, what comes to mind when you talk about collaborative firewall? How do we build it strong enough that it is impenetrable?
Yeah, so I think the key word is collaborative. They are actually firewalls, but the firewalls reside in silos. So you have the firewall that the judiciary has. You have the firewall that the police has. You have the firewall that EFCC has. You have the firewall that bank have. But there is nothing collaborative. It's just firewalls that reside in silos, and that is going to be our problem, because when you have things in silos, there will be loopholes. So a person can look between one firewall and another firewall, and there is a gap. He just simply enters. You have just created a space for him, and that is what's the problem. So the key word, like we mentioned, is that, and that collaborative effort is what is lacking. That has always been lacking, and that's what will always continue to lack. We talk about stakeholders in the cyberspace. Who are the stakeholders? We only mention. This is actually I've been going to different conferences, and I'm so happy to have the police and the EFCC represented here, and that's a good initiative from Business Day. Always see when we go to cyberspace. Okay, we have representative from the bank, we have a fintech, we have the cybersecurity specialist, and that is all. So we're only focusing on cyber. At the end of the day, when a cyber crime has been committed, I, as a cybersecurity expert, I'm not going to put anybody in handcuffs. The bank is not going to do anything. The bank does not have the authority. The gentleman from the police here has the authority to do that. But again, how does he understand what is exactly the crime that has been committed? The fact that a person is holding a phone and driving on their way, does that make it a crime? The fact that he has an application on his phone, exactly when has a crime been committed? Because we find instances where police stop the young men on the streets and, of course, begin to harass them. Okay, of course, there are still young men who commit serious crimes. But the question is, when does the crime actually happen? Especially when it comes to cybercrime, because remember that lack of knowledge is lacking in that other side. Because if I these communications, these things we're talking about that is happening in the cyberspace, that's happening in the dark web, that the banks are having, the technology stack from top to bottom. On the other side, they're only focusing on the physical aspect. Or a person has gone to go and commit this, person has stolen this. So that's what they're concerned about. So again, there has to be that fusion, and that's the key word you're talking about. It's a good thing that the Business Day has created this, and I believe that, and I want to believe that in the next couple of days, I mean, it should not just be a one-stop thing. In the next couple of days, I want to see where the security forces. We're talking about the EFCC. We're talking about the police. We're talking about the military too. Yes, even the soldiers. We're talking about the cyber security and of course the different channels of payments. They all come together. They hold sessions like this. I'm not just talking about coming together and speaking lots and lots of English. We're talking about putting up something in place. So we have come together. This is what we're going to put in, so that when a cyber crime happens on a particular e-channel, then it goes to another person. Maybe the settlement happens on another person. So we can able to, I collaborate with him. They come back to me as cyber security experts. I do my own investigation from the cyber security end. I pass it on to the police force. They do the investigation from a physical end. And then at the end of the day, maybe the person is guilty and then the person is charged. Of course, we go to the judiciary, we go to the lawyers, come in, and then the person is charged. So it's the step-by-step process. I alone cannot do that in my own field. He cannot do that. He cannot do that. And the key word there is that collaborativeness.
Let me ask you, who has jurisdiction over cyber suspects of cyber criminals? Is it the EFCC? Is it the police?
The EFCC has jurisdiction. The police has jurisdiction. Let me even say all agents, all law enforcement have, but especially EFCC has, police has.
Okay. So
the police can investigate, EFCC can investigate such cases.
And both of them can take them to court?
Both of them are taking them to court.
Okay. Let me ask again, looking at the punishment prescribed, some have 5 years, some have 7 years and all that. Do you ever think it is not enough? Or do you think it's enough punishment for the crime?
Well, it all depends on specifics. Punishment is meant to serve as a deterrent. The mere fact that is incarcerated at the police station is even sufficient for some people. You look at it in my family, nobody has gone to the police station. Now he's the first person to go. That is enough to break some people. But some keep them even in the correctional facility for 2 years. He has not learned any lesson. And while even that correctional facility is still right there, he's still perpetrating other fraud outside. I can give instances. The case of Fred Adudwa. I think those are the first cases EFCC took to court. While he was in the prison of correctional center, that was when the case of that general, I don't know those of us who were following the story. It was perpetrated, it was planned, everything was done while in the prison. So to answer that question, it depends. One, on the personality of the individual concerned. If you're a man of integrity, if you're a man of, I'm a man of integrity, even mere scolding is sufficient to change. But if you are a die-hard criminal, keeping him for 5 years will not have any impact.
So we go to the crowd because we don't have a lot of time. Okay, yeah. Anybody from here now? Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Ayo from Elo Financial Services. I know that the volume of electronic transactions are bound to grow and increase as e-channels evolve and as more people become financially included. So going back to the information you shared with us about the pending number of cases with the judiciary, over 100,000 cases still pending. What I want to find out is there any conversation around trying to create a branch of the court or a specialized court to look into electronic fraud or cases that are around fraud on e-channels so that you can expedite judgment and how these things can be resolved, because the volume of transactions on e-channels are going to grow, and with it is the attendant unfortunately the issue of fraud, either by commission or omission. So is there any conversation around that to have a specialized course that would deal with cases like this, so that we can reduce the pending number of cases? Over 100,000, I mean, it's completely unacceptable.
Any other question? Okay, the lawyers.
Okay. So yes, there are ongoing conversations with the Nigerian Judicial Service, the NJC, Nigerian Judicial Commission, on how we can see the ways where judges can, one, be trained to understand the nitty-gritties on payment fraud, and also see how we can expedite processes. I'm not really sure if creating specialized courts has been decided yet, but it's something that, yes, even us lawyers are looking at engaging the judiciary on fast-tracking the administration of justice in Nigeria to see how we can. But I mean, is the question really creating specialized courts? That's really the question, because when it came to labor issues and employment issues, we created the Nigerian Industrial Court, but that is now currently overwhelmed also too, with cases of labor. And I mean, in a country of 200 million people, you ask yourself, how many courts do you want to create? How many judges do you want to employ to ensure that justice is delivered very quickly? But yes, there are ongoing conversations.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm aware at the time EFCC, during Ajay Badu's tenure, during Mrs. Farida's tenure, serious efforts were made. But since then, up to now, it has not materialized.
Okay, let me ask you, do you think, because in the first panel, there was a mention about companies reporting financial fraud. It is happening, but it's not happening at the rate it should. Why do you think this is the case?
Well, two reasons, and these two reasons are even given from user feedback. One is the end user, the customer. We are in a country where people are always scared. I mean, we are scared from the moment we are born up until this moment, because we live in a very unstable place. So you don't want a case where you are a bank and the next thing you are doing is that you are reporting that fraud has been happening in your bank to your end users. The next thing that is the feedback from your customers that just let me go and carry my money and go. So the next thing for the end user is that is the next thing he thinks about. So let me pick my money and go. So you have rush movement of money out of that bank. So again, so you have bank owners, you have people who own of this. Of course, they're always hesitant on doing that. Another thing is from the side of the the different banks, is that it really is. I mean, we report that the fraud has happened, but what is of more concern is not that the fraud has happened, but what really happened up until the fraud happened. So you just have instance where a person just said, okay, we have reported a fraud loss of 5 million. Okay, that's what they just report. CBN mandates everybody reports that. So you just have people just send that report. What really is important, especially in building this collaborative firewall, is what exactly happened. What are the root causes that led up to that particular fraud? Because those are the lessons that we are going to take and ensure that this kind of scenarios cannot repeat itself. Those things are not taken. Those reports do not really happen. So you have that mandatory statutory law that yes, you can report, but really the things that happen up until when that fraud was committed never get reported. And that is why you can see that nobody is really interested again in that report, because what we are, if you have your own fintech that you own, I have my own fintech I own. When you report a fraud case, I'm not interested in how much. I'm actually interested in what actually happened. So it will be a learning point for me. It will be a learning point for you, as well as other people who are playing in the same industry, so that it does not happen to me or to you or to the next person. So when those insights Those analytics are not reported. And of course, nobody is interested in it. And of course, you don't get to see interest in such reporting.
Okay, Mobolachi, we've seen from the bench perspective, can we look at the week? There has been a lot of talk around how when these guys who have cyber criminals, they have money now, so they can go and hire big lawyers who can frustrate and bring notions to 5 years. You're still in court trying to get a case settled and all that. What can the lawyers do better? Because some people are also said that if Hush Puppy was prosecuted in Nigeria, he probably would have gone free because he will have 7 sons in the room and nothing would happen. So what can be done better from the lawyer's perspective?
Okay, so yes, there are situations like that where lawyers come to court and frustrate administration of justice because they are paid handsomely by accused persons. What has happened recently is other lawyers at the bar who believe in the integrity of the profession have begun to report such lawyers to the NBA and say, look, this particular person, there is a character trait. We always notice that whenever he's appearing in court, he's always appearing on behalf of criminals. He's always, when you have that plethora of instances that you can gather together, you can report such person before the NBA. And then the NBA will look at it and say, we think this person is, his conduct is unbecoming of a profession. And sometimes if we realize that it's something that is so grievous, such person can be disbarred. That's on the issue of the lawyers in terms of that. But I think one thing that we need to do, and I think I want to give as a charge, is people in the fintech space. And like the person who has the question mentioned about the growing consumers and customers of the fintech space need to come together and set up a fund. That fund is used to power the judiciary, create a special court that is being used to ensure that payments and fintech-related transactions are being adjudicated upon quickly. When that fund is created, that fund can be used to employ more judges, train them, create a courtroom system that makes it fast for them. And I think that's all we can do.
Okay, give it to him. I want to ask my final question, which is there a police instruction about how a fraudulent person looks? Because you keep getting these reports about this guy was stopped because he had a dreadlock or he had a computer, or is there an instruction to the policeman to say, if you see this guy with a computer, he must be doing something?
There is no instruction to that effect. And you also agree with me that the police, the authority has been doing something about that. The PRO has come on air on many occasions, and those doing that, when they are caught, they are being dealt with.
So how then do you now, how then do we forge better collaboration between the police and the corporate organizations?
Like what my colleague Ajot said, that's what we need. Okay, it's the other guy that said it. That's not the main thing that is required. And like this could be done this way. Let those organizations approach the police with their programs. I was showing him one of the things I brought. We can also extend that gesture to all training institutions. I'm not talking of the police alone now. I'm talking of law enforcement as a whole. At the training institutions, there is the need to get experts like this to be talking to, kind of educating them there. And like I said, these organizations can just prepare a program, meet the indefatigable Inspector General of Police. They will look at it and they'll sit down with the training department and work out something. Okay. We've had such instances.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. So with that, we come to the end of this Wonderful event. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for listening. And thank you for staying this long. I will probably be getting back to you next year again for another edition of this program. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you on the government policies, shifts in the business environment, or investment opportunities? At Business Day, we don't just inform you, we empower with intelligent insights and analysis that keeps you ahead of the competition and well-positioned to take advantage of opportunities whenever they arise. Join our exclusive community of Business Day subscribers and receive unlimited access to our award-winning content on desktop, mobile, and tablet devices and get access to our daily e-paper. Visit www.businessday.ng/subscribe or email subscription@businessday.ng today to get started. In an increasingly changing and uncertain economy, how informed are you?
Founded on an audacious dream, Flutterwave is here to help Africans take the global stage. The fashion designer, the fitness influencer, the student dreaming of her MBA, millions of us are ready. But while we have the talent, the products, and the great ideas, we struggle with the basic business need to pay and get paid. It's a pain. As Africans, we are divided by dozens of banks, currencies, and mobile wallets. So we started Flutterwave to make payments easy, to provide one easy-to-use payment platform for the entire continent and the products and services you need to support your business, so you can show the world what a successful entrepreneur looks like. This is our time. All it takes is that first payment, and we're on our way.
Penicillin, ethanol, flour, sugar, glue, whiskey, corn silk, starch, oil, livestock feed, all from corn. You will discover endless opportunities when you search deeper. And to enjoy their full worth, you need an innovative payment solutions partner that creates value from the obvious and sees opportunity in the not so obvious.
InterSwitch. Transaction solutions you can depend on.
Hello and welcome. I'm the CEO of KnoxWire, one of the largest global real-time gross settlement systems on the market. I want to briefly talk about the vision behind KnoxWire. We spent tens of millions of dollars to fund a multinational effort to develop what we believe is the only solution most banks will ever, opening up a financial institution and its clients to largely same